Good morning, everyone. Welcome to another edition of Mary Sky Rita Lee's video blog. I'm Mary Sky, as some of you know, the Red Diva. So this morning I have to share with you a couple things. This morning Zoe sent us a intro. This looks cool. If I can find a way for her to do this on a video clip, right? It would be perfect for all of us. She sent this. It was 2 parts. It was really cool. She said share it with you guys, and I thought it was really funny. I literally thought it was funny, so let's share this with her first.
Good morning, Rita. It's just Ducky now live at Zoe Radio from the Gold Coast with the most. Hamming it up with Rita on Chicago Radio. Stay tuned for more exciting entertainment.
If I could get her to do something like that for an intro for me and make it with that voice, oh man, the intro would just be perfect. Throw together an intro. Maybe she knows how to. I know how to do a little bit of video splicing, but I mean, I could literally get something together. Maybe Higgins could help, But anyways, this morning we're going to talk about news and coffee with Rita. I know she's going to be like, Let me get the window open first of all, Pete. It's getting warm in here. I just finished another movie. I sent the links out to Zoe this morning. If you haven't seen the movie Convoy, you should check it out. Before you sit there and say, but boss, that movie's ancient. Ancient or not, it's pretty damn funny in my opinion. And being there is really good. Being there was just great, I don't understand how a man can disappear from the government, okay? So, of course, Higgins' old boy emailed me didn't email me yet. Anyways, I want to let you guys know I got a no strike on a YouTube channel. Apparently, they just age restricted it. Apparently, some of my older videos from 10 years ago, they're age restricting now. Someone complains, oh, the same for children, or some douchebag does it, That's why my current videos are all age restriction. We don't have to deal with the douchebaggery, But anyways, let's get this light on. Let's finish the coffee. We might have to brew some. I'm going to be here till 2 o'clock, okay? The reason I'm using a different camera is the battery's charged, but I'm going to take a break for 5 minutes. Zoe said she's not going to be here off and on, so this is perfect time to talk about prepping this morning and the local news. So I saw the local news this morning. I couldn't believe what I'm reading. One of my adopted mothers, Danielle, she messaged me and she's like, I think she's 58 or something, trans woman. I think she's a trans woman. She classifies herself a male again. So I hope not. Yeah, big, long, complicated story. But anyways, let's just get to it. So this morning's prepping is going to be great because we're going to be talking about prepping. That's right. So last night, Kimmy, BB-8, good to see you, Kim. We were talking until my video froze. I don't know if the government decided to spike me due to the topics or conversations. It wouldn't surprise me. What happened to freedom of speech, right? Right. So this morning I got up later, and I gotta tell you, first part of prepping this morning. Prep proteins because it's going to have some meat shortages. I was reading an article about meat shortages actually coincides with what we've been saying. Oh, and mind you, these hardwood smoked hot dogs that I bought, oh my God, they were good. I mean, literally, they were the bomb. I told Chloe last night, these do not need any condiments. She's like, when you like some condiments? No. Then she walks the dog, she comes back, and she's like, being funny, she's trying to be funny. Do you want condiments? See, it's my show. I can make faces like Chloe said it or not. Anyways, I said no. These are pretty damn good. Try. I don't like beef franks. I've always had a problem with meat franks in general, where they put pork, beef, and chicken and turkey all combined and grind it up into a hot dog. You're like, why don't we just call it something poses as meat dogs? So last night when she was talking about that spam dog, so I had to go look. Sure enough, they got a brand called Spam Hot Dogs, chicken and beef. Again, the problem with chicken and beef dogs is it makes me royally gassy. So, anyways, Higgins last night emailed me about his high blood pressure. I didn't get back to him. I was taking the day off from emailing because figured Higgins is gonna need some. Higgins is gonna need something or other, you know. You know, he's 45% off what? Oh. Oh, okay. So apparently there's these fly rods. They're like 40% off. So if I want a 5 weight, right? Hold on. I want to see this. 5 weight. All right. And then I want a 6 weight, right? Add to cart. I'm just trying something, okay? And then use that code, right? Okay. Check out. I just want to see some. Check out. Okay. Check out now. Hold on. All right. Just out of curiosity tonight, right? Yeah. So, promo gift thing. Here we go. I want to see the promo code again just because I'm having fun. Okay. So the rods are, how much are they? $240. Apply. So apparently the code is invalid. So apparently it says discount code. So, oh, no. Coupon code is invalid. So basically they're not allowing it. Can you see that? Can you believe that? I ain't dealing with them. The hell with it. See? I can do it too. So anyways, I was looking over some news, right? And the thing is I'll tell you what's going on, okay? We're reading the news this morning. It looks pretty interesting, okay? So I'll tell you what's going on in politics for a minute now so we can speed this up, okay? So the government turns around and they're going to raise another 0.75% interest because of inflation, right? They're going to keep raising it till the freaking people basically hate it. And this is their way of getting even politically for the votes. You see, the government turns around and cuts the checks for the welfare, and the welfare is what they're getting. Fortunately, problem with the welfare, I'm just doing this slowly in sections because it is coffee time with Rita. I finished the last cup from this morning. Of course, me, doctors are saying things like, I shouldn't be drinking too much. I got some ideas for an intro. People say to me, your videos would be good if we had an intro and a credit scene. Well, credit scene, yeah, maybe, right? So, anyway, so what they're doing is they're going to raise the percentage point again, right? They think they got to contain pricing, right? Problem is, if they keep raising it, they're going to cripple the country, and they know this. They want basically people to feel so hurt that they will vote Republican. Fortunately, the latest poll said like 80% of women, suburbanites, are going to vote Democratic to keep their women's rights. They don't care if inflation's too high. It's a small price to pay to get the Democrats to control the Senate, then let them keep controlling the House, and then basically turn around and slam dunk them in by taking away their guns, and then keep getting rights restored. And once their rights are restored, they can feel safe. Their kids are going to school, and they can feel safe. Things are getting back to normal, and then they could slam dunk anything else in the world for 2024. So they'll be living 2 years of hell after the elections. But the kicker is between 2022's election and 2024's election, how's it going to play out? What if the Democrats come around and they vote something? And what's going to happen then? The Supreme Court's going to say, "Oh, no, I mean, Literally, what could happen is the American people, right, can go in 2022, right, pass all these things. Democrats control everything, right, hypothetically. And then what happens? Devil's advocate. Republicans say, well, we'll get them in 2024. But in the meantime, what if they go in and they basically push for federal mandates on everything? Gun bans, this, and this. Everything's perfect for the women, right? Women screw over their mans. Their men either have to have semi-automatic handguns that are 10 rounds or less, maybe 7 or less. And if that is out too much for the government, they all might end up with revolvers. Meanwhile, the country might be safer, they say, with no ARs, And then people say, oh, well, I'll just make sure my gun is lost in a boating accident. I've heard that one so many times. The government's got a database that basically said, I heard on Scanner the other day. Which reminds me, I was trying to find the Windex the other day, and I still couldn't find my Windex. I asked Chloe the other day, where's my windy? And she says, I don't know where your windy is. I was like, we need windy. And of course, that's a code word for give me my Windex, but fortunately, we don't have any Windex. Or we do, it's missing, or somewhere else. I'm always looking for it, but I don't know where it went. It's a blue botcha. Sorry, I like making fun of it. It's a blue bottle. So, anyway, basically the things are going down the toilet pretty fast when it comes to being a prepper. So, I thought I'd share that with you this morning. So this morning we got a lot of problems coming down the pipe. So, on early morning prepping, you got to prep because no one knows which way it's going to go. If it goes Democratic, a lot of Republicans are going to basically start causing trouble. But the other hand is I read a report that stated again that there's going to be massive supply shortages and supply chain shortages. Now, you could say, what's that mean? It means the government is going to turn around and do supply shortages. And that means the government is going to have to intervene to get the railroad the benefits they need. Unfortunately, the problem is they got approximately 8 days till they go on strike. Teachers are now going on strike in parts of the country. They don't like what they're doing. Maybe they're not getting enough money or they're not getting enough funds. And, think of it. Some of these teachers turn around and spend their own money. Literally, they have to supply everything they need for the children. And that is totally, completely wrong. Think of it. The American people are being crapped on. Parents can't take care of the kids. Their kids can't take care of themselves because they need their mommy and daddy, which is fine. And then they go to school with nothing. And some people basically can just go out and buy everything they need for school, whether, back in the day in the 80s, let me just tell you a story. There was layaway. There was literally layaway. Nowadays, there is no layaway. Nowadays, it's pure, you're screwed over. So, anyways, enough about that, So this morning, like I said, I got up this morning. I'm just taking my time with the coffee pot this morning. I want to make sure my coffee is nicely brewed this morning. When the time comes, because garbage cans overflowing and everything else. Chloe's So Chloe this morning, she's waking up slow and she's behind schedule. Guess lack of sleep for playing her online game too much has made her tired. But I went to bed. I went to bed. I took a nap. Couldn't play my game. It was the game, I love the game. Don't get me wrong. It's on a 24-hour clock, so everything happens. So, Chloe usually asks me every day what events there are. Is Fishing Man around? Or is it Bug Man? Or is it Shoe Guy? Today it's Bug Man. So I was like, you know what? I could sell the Bug Man anything I want. It wouldn't matter. So, anywho. So when it comes to, like I said, prepping, again, I'm trying to get things put together this morning. You got to be prepared. Yeah. Think about it. Last night the list, is Kimmy. She said that she wanted us to add deodorant. So with my camera froze and this entire system froze. I think it was the transfer rate from the digital camera to the computer. The computer's an iCore 9, so it shouldn't have any problems, but it could be a problem with the hard drive, or the hard drive had to dump its excess memory. I don't know. So right now we're using 6. I don't know how it works when it goes directly from the camera doing it live. It could have been really, really stale or whatever. I mean, we do know YouTube can cut down the data for acceptance, or it could be the internet has problems, I don't know. So today I got to check my balance eventually today. So, what the hell? So apparently Texas, this is breaking news, strikes down an Affordable Care Act requirement mandating employers to offer insurance plans cover some HIV preventive drugs. So, I've said this once, no offense to my family, Texas, but it seems Texas is going backwards. If they left the union, it might be a blessing for many people. Yeah. Let everyone that wants to basically be free, like myself, we go to Texas. The rest, stay in the blue states, make the 49 states of the United States Democrat, and leave Texas to their own country. Mm-hmm. But, they say Texas would be one giant. One day, my cousin would wake up and he'd find his house is crammed next to everything, or he'd be in a high rise, because that's all it is. It'd be like one giant city in Texas. It'd be like the city of Texarkana. High rises everywhere, and like what? 1,200 feet high, and whatever, and it's all of it, and I don't know. It might be interesting to have an entire city built for all those people. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. That would be interesting. No offense. I'm trying to poke fun at my cousin this morning when I'm poking fun. You see, this is what I love about Zoe. Zoe, she says, if you have something humorous, and it is, my channel is entertaining. So, I'm sorry Piper didn't come back last night, Piper, he didn't come back. Zoe didn't. She had a phone call. But anyway, Zoe's Radio Zoe thing was really cool. So, anyways, like I said, I can take a 2-hour nap before my appointment. I'll be fine. And when I get up, I can get some dinner in me or whatever. Chloe's like, "Oh, you want dinner?" See, last night, I'll tell you what happened, okay? So Chloe comes, leaves, right? Goes shopping, And last night, Dad's sitting here. He didn't yell at me. I was just telling him about. I was in bed, so he's just like, "Oh yeah," And I was like, "Dude," he's like, "Did I wake you?" I said, "Yeah, it did." He says, Chloe woke me to give me the phone." Why Chloe got the phone? Because she's too lazy to bring it back to me. And when it rang, Chloe's, "Oh shit, it's Poppy," and she wakes me up. Rita, I'm like, "Oh, I was dreaming. It's Poppy." Great. And I was like, "What?" And he's going on about other things, and I was like, "Dude, one movie's fine. And were you sleeping?" "Yeah, I was. You woke me up." "Well, actually, Chloe woke me up to give you the phone." "You're really that exhausted?" "Yeah, I went to bed late. I said, I gotta be up early tomorrow for an appointment." Oh. Dad's answer is, wow. So I got to check on the appointment time for today. I think it's 2 p.m. to 4. She sometimes schedules it for 11, but we don't know what time it is. 2 p.m. So, okay. I will confirm that. So, But anyway, so she's like, so Chloe's like, wakey, So, anyways, let's just get down to it. Food prices have gone up. Now, I've added a few things to the preppers list that me and I gotta say, Kimmy recommended, moderator Kimmy recommended, which was we went and we added a few items to the thing, right? So last night, I have to tell you a story, okay? So last night, I talked to my father-in-law, right? And my father-in-law made a semi joke about Zoe. Zoe's very reliable. That's what he said. Very reliable, very trustworthy. And you know me, I love Zoe dearly. She's awesome, right? So I said to Dad nicely, "Why?" And Dad said, "Well, because she's trustworthy." You know. So that does not even matter. So I finally said, "But you don't support booze." He said, "I might not support booze, but she's a woman of her word." You basically have thrown every idea out there, and look where you're getting with some other jackasses. Just like he said, that Piper person should be moderator because Piper's already given 2 gift cards. 2. Yeah. So, anyways, the items we added last night were deodorant. Threw in some deodorant. She wanted soup, so we just threw in some random soups. They're going up price, so we see the soups on the top. We added soups. And then I finally got the idea to add paper plates. So paper plates, and then some plastic forks. And then Kimmy said, "What about hand sanitizer?" No, I never thought of sanitizer. I haven't even seen Higgins recommend that. That's what really was funny is Higgs old boy always recommends stuff, right? But he didn't. He didn't recommend anything. He recommended nothing. So it made me laugh to no end. Literally made me laugh. So, anyways, I thought I would share that with you all. So, the news this morning was interesting. Okay, let's get on with the news. All right, remember what I said about politics? They're going to raise the thing again and all this crap. And I was like, yeah. What's really pissing me off? Okay, I'm going to tell you about my piss off. Okay, no, I was going to bring up my sister Pee Wee. I miss Pee Wee dearly. Love Pee Wee. Love Pee Wee dearly. But I'm not a leftist. So I was reading the newspaper. I was reading some articles while I was on the toilet, right? And I flipped through my news feed. So if you go to my applications, right, and you scroll, yes, that's Starship. See, yeah, my Starship. Okay. So I was minding my own business, right? Where's the button? Here we go. And I was looking, right, and I was scrolling, right, and I was going down here, right. And then I was reading the news. Fed on path for another 0.75% rate hike, right? And I had to read that, right? But here's the thing. They say you've used up your 5 free monthly things, right? And then you get other crap, you know. And then I go down the. And then, I was going down the list, right? So, then you have all these things about this guy's going to jail and that guy's going to jail. And then I'm sitting there thinking to myself, how much more, is people going to deal with this, I mean, literally, they talk about movies, they talk about this, and I was flipping through this, and I was looking through the news and I was thinking to myself, you know, what the hell, you know. Oh wow, medical problem on the ferry. I'm getting tired of seeing Elon Musk in the news trying to weasel his way out of the deal. I mean, literally, he doesn't want to pay 44 billion for a dead company. The secret is you don't make that kind of deal. If you don't want the company anymore, then don't do it. I think I had a feeling Elon figures if he bought it, then he would, well, what do you call it? He would lose money of a dead company. I mean, to me, I think Facebook's dead. I mean, I saw a report from Zuckerberg the other day stating, local news, like, well, if they get more entertaining out of Facebook if they like people's comments and posts. Well, I don't want to like and sub. When I was on Facebook, it was boring and tedious, Post a picture, 3 people liked it. You're gorgeous and hot trans. Oh, look at my new implants, look at my little cooter. Then they basically get and all these, oh yeah, you're hot and everything. I got tired of it, So I was like, you know what, you can get, but Instagram, I have like a certain selective feed, and then Instagram posts like a message, like sometimes they're like, you have been on Instagram 19 minutes today. And then Twitter, you can get those notifications too in your email, and it's like you use less than 19 minutes in a month on Twitter. But YouTube, they're like, you have used this much time on YouTube. Or you're playing your Xbox or your Switch, right? And you're going to notice you've played 400 hours on this game and 300 hours in that game. And you're like, cool. That's really cool, I mean, literally, how much more can someone do, I mean, literally, it is just totally funny, when you do it. So, anyways, back to prepping, So, all the food and the water needs to be secured before the pandemic gets worse and worse and worse, So, yeah, you guys were curious, the whole thing. Give me 1 second. I got to use the restroom. But I asked Chloe the other day to fix those wheels, Mom kicked me out again. Yeah, she did. You kicked him out again. So, anyways, a couple of updates for you, by the way. So, I have to share a story with you. Okay, so Chloe wants to take showers soon. And so she comes out, and she said, she's in her room and her room's getting clean. She's literally cleaning her room. Okay. We got to get her room so she can find her prepping gear, hang her clothes up and, get rid of some of this excess crap. And then clean this, clean that, clean this. We're going to get this place, So her goal is she gets it done, she gets extra bonuses, but kind of disgusted with her actions. So today, I have a therapist appointment at 2 p.m. This is Ducky, Rita's therapist. We're going to be going live on Rita TV. Oh, Radio Rita. There's Radio Rita and Radio Zoni. I really got to ask Zoe if she'd literally help with, the thing, the intro. And Higgins, of course, I should email Higgins to see if he's even alive. Hey, Hig Bob, are you alive? Are you alive? Are you alive? Higgins, are you alive? Because I don't smell Higgins at all. Did he die over the night? Breaking news, Higgins died because he basically was depressed. The smell went all the way to Washington. See, I got to be funny here. I hope he's okay. When I basically message my moderators, that'll tell me what's going on. He could have also left and didn't tell me either because, Higgins can be moody too. But anyway, so let's get back to it, okay? So I'm finally wanting to tell you a couple projects, okay? So one is about prepping, okay? I'm working on my hams license, you know, and I'm really working hard for my license. Yeah. So Chloe's gonna go out. I don't know what she's gonna do this morning. I think she was gonna get something from the hardware store, come back, and then wait for me to be done with my appointment and go out again so the radios will be used. Chloe knows if I go to bed between 4 and 6, I won't be up for the night edition of the show. So I'm trying to do them early enough so I can get my gaming in, my final hour or two in the game for the day because it's on a 24-hour clock. So as long as I get things done by 10 o'clock for the shop, 9 o'clock for the clothing shop. Yes, there's a time. It's like, a little village. I thought about getting me another Switch, starting a new account and choosing and playing it on YouTube for you all and choosing the characters, like we'll have one that's me, right? Then we'll choose another character. We won't choose Chloe. We could use my husband, but I think we want to use in this, and then this one, Chloe's giving me stink eye going. I love her facial expressions when she's up in the morning. Hold on, I gotta be funny this morning. Hey, lady, put on some pants. See, I'm being funny this morning. Everyone loves my humor. She's like running around just t-shirt, But then again, she looks at me and she's like, "Are you wearing panties?" Or she'll be like, "When was the last time you had pants?" I don't know. We're out of bar soap. See? Then she's like, "Can you make me a list?" One of these days I'm going to send her to the frickin' store with one of those little pads, go and pick me up one of those little pads like this that I could just write down the shopping list. That's one of the things you want in your prepper's kit from time to time is pens. Yeah, pens. I keep green and red pens on hand at all times. And I need to check my balance before I have a heart attack. Because I know we're down like $200 additional. I don't spend money I spend money frugally, but still. Anyways, the story goes. I want to tell you the story. So the story goes. Here we go. Is so last night, right? Poppy calls. So finally I go back to sleep, right? And the night before last was bad. I got up, right? I actually slept like 10 hours. I got up, right? I was looking for my jammies because I was going to go back to sleep. Chloe comes out, screams and yells, "What the fuck is your problem?" I said, "Well, can't find my nightgown." Well, she didn't wash it, so it was over in a corner. Finally found it. I said, "Oh." So she finally calmed down, after raging temperament. And I was like, "Dude, take chill pills." So she goes to bed. So the next day, she, so the next, like last night, right? Dad talks to me, right? He had two things to tell me that was really interesting. You trust a woman or a man. You trust a woman or a man who's honest, right? Who's a man or woman of their word, right? Right. So he goes on about the first thing was, jokingly, he says, "So, my daughter, have you eaten?" And I go, "No, I was in bed." "Did you eat anything yesterday?" "No, I didn't eat anything the day before either." My poor daughter is whittling away. Like when Fanny says whittle, like WIDDLE for little, she says whittle, talking about little moppy whittle bear. So, so he's like, "You got to eat something." Well, you know what? Last night, those freaking hot dogs were amazing. I mean, literally, they filled me up. I never felt so full on less food for once. Usually Chloe goes, "Oh, we're gonna get to this is Chloe, okay." And this is the funny thing about Chloe. She'll go to the store, right? She'll be like, "Oh, there's ones we're gonna like to try them, right?" I was gonna make Chloe a deal actually, but I don't think Chloe would do it anyway, even though she'd get the better deal anyways on my debit card, right? I think I paid like $80 in like 2 days for groceries, so. Anyway, so she's like, "The hot links in the fridge, there's 2 for you and 3 for me." Yes, well, I eat my hot links when I'm ready, right? So what I'm doing is I'm putting the hot links on the top real quick. So anyway, she asked me about, right? She asked me about, these are hot links. I don't know anything about them, okay? I haven't tried them yet. Chloe hasn't tried them yet, so Chloe can't say how good they are, but they're hot links, right? So anyways, Chloe picks these hot dogs up, right? These hot dogs, they're called the Bun Buster Franks, right? Fully cooked, right? It says here they're made with pork and beef, okay? These. And you got to stockpile from time to time. And, it's Labor Day, so they always have barbecues and stuff, so it's good. So these Bun Buster hot dogs are so good, everyone. I mean, the all beef, right? I had some Wagyu, yeah, that I'm trying, but these other ones are Angus. The next I got two Angus, two Wagyus. I'm telling you, pure beef, right? Can't complain, right? I haven't had a better hot dog. But anyways, usually I eat 8 of them, so I got to tell Dad tonight. Yeah, I had those hot dogs, but I only ate 4 of those hot dogs, not 8. Hey, little bear, come here. He ran away. See, he doesn't want to get. He wants to hide. So, anyways, the story goes, right? Chloe comes in the shower. But, anyways, so last night, right, Dad says to me, well, the problem, Rita Hun, is you. Dad's like, always call me sweetie or Hun. He's like, yeah, the problem, Hun, and my daughter in law, Hun, sweetie, is you got to have someone that's a person of their work. Zoe is, literally. Radio Zoe. So Zoe is Zoe, right? Awesome Zoe that she is. This can is open my coffee. Yep. There we go. So I'm slowly gonna make up a pot of coffee for today. Frankly, I don't want to drink too much coffee. Sometimes you get coffeeed out. Usually I get coffeeed out in the winter time. I go to tea, but anyways, when you get tired of something, you just want to. But anyway, so turns around. So, so she turns around. You right, Zoe, and not Zoe. Zoe doesn't turn around. That's a hope. So we're sitting there, right, and it was kind of hard, right? So I'm minding my own business, and you know, Dad says you can trust a person. And I told him about the gift cards. He's like, awesome. Then I tell him about Zoe, again. And we joked about the ham radio thing. She's like, Radio Zoe, I will buy you a ham. She was talking about this with Mike, which reminds me, I want to set up another thing with Mike, for this weekend. So Saturday, Sunday is the choice. So anyway, Zoe, of course. Now, hold on. Where's my Skype? I'm going to check in on Mike for a second. I want to ask Mikey if he wants to do another episode this weekend, Friday, or Saturday or Sunday, unless he wants the Friday evening edition. I want to check in with you and him. Just Chloe's on, too. Hold on. Oh. All right, so because it's like almost 10, it should be breakfast time. He's probably having his egos this morning. Let go of my egos, Rita. Brother Mike's pretty damn funny. So when he messages. I gotta make sure the battery's still tight on the phone here. I think it was, what was it, Piper that thinks I'm a L tightwad for using this, which reminds me, I need to check with my cousin. Cousin has a message in like a few days, so I want to check to make sure she's okay. I'm fine. She thinks it's alcohol related. Mm-hmm. Oh. So my cousin Dinky, she's got this girl she's moving in, maybe she's pissed because she's all going all F you, you're she thinks I'm a leftist too, but I'm not. I'm not a leftist, I'm neutral. I mean, I'm looking at both parties, So anyways, while we're waiting, we might as well check on the bank. I'm hoping I can do my projects this month, without Chloe freaking screwing me over like she did last month. She owes me, she won't pay. So, anyways, that was the thing at the point I was making, Dad's like, well, you can trust a woman like Zoe, but you can't trust a woman like Chloe, and one of the things is I was checking my bank account finally because I don't check that out. We got the internet bill and the electric bill and this and that, and want to make sure my card wasn't tapped in and I'm broke because with my luck, I'd be calling the law enforcement yet again, if it happened, So I do my checking, but usually I check it every day, but I figure, yeah. So once I get the text, which is boom, boom, then I check my balance, and if it's lower than I expected, I scream and yell and throw a fit because I manage my money better than some dipshits. And I don't eat out. I haven't even eaten out last. Well, then I don't. Yeah, I think I ate once last month. This month I didn't eat out at all. So let's see. Oh God, what the fuck? My balance is this fucking low. Shit. Let's go over it real quick. So we got SSA deposits, post office, gas station, lightheaded, the veterinarian, the market, the electric company. That's fine. Okay. Then we had whatever this is. My meds. Then we got the little store again. Then we got the okay, the drugstore again. You gotta be fucking kidding me. We haven't even hit this. Okay. Then we have Prime Video. That was my Prime again. Then we got my Prime programs there. Okay, there was only 3. Then you had my lawyer take out his, Then you got the grocery store. See, look at this, $35. I didn't buy $35 in groceries the other day. This was 2 days ago. I didn't pay $35 for groceries. See, this is the thing. I want to challenge that. And then you got something from the grocery store again. Same grocery store for 10, and then another time for 31. Okay? And then you scroll up my BritBox. That's cheap, by the way. And then you go up here to the little store again for 20, which the little store's already got so much, right? Doesn't it? So you see where I'm going with this, right? So I need to say no, and it is what it is, so damn. I mean, this is why I might end up dead early because I can't get the little, yeah. So I gotta make sure my card's with me in my pocket. I'm gonna throw it in the safe. I can let anyone use it. I mean, literally, how can we survive? How can I survive? I mean, do you want to hear a story, right? So she picks me up this Max salad that was like $9.99 for a half pound, right? Oh, they say it's the best. I took 2 spoonfuls and almost threw up. It was that bad, and it was still good. I literally had the worst Mac salad in the world that came from Seattle. It's like, you guys are so running out of my usual Mac salad. You went with the Seattle brand that was just purely nasty. I mean, literally, they should sit there and be like, would you like a sample? Like the old days. You go and you're like, Yeah, I'd like some mac salad. Oh, but can we get a sample? And they give you a little sample cup, and you're like, like if it isn't to your taste, you don't buy it. That's what they're there for, And yeah, or you basically put like a 50-cent thing in the jar and be like, literally. And then you mark it off as not your cup of tea. They used to do that, but nowadays they don't do that. They basically give you, it's 10 o'clock. What the hell is Dinky saying now? Pixie says, hi, who the fuck is Pixie? Who the hell is who the hell is what the hell is that? So anyways, Zoe is apparently coming in soon, And oh yeah, Mike didn't get back to me, did he? See, I'm not even paying attention to what buttons I'm doing. I was just basically so damn worried about the damn bank account thing. All right, let's look at Skype real quick. So, anyways, basically, not enough about my griping, So, what the hell again? I saw something that was interesting, and I wanted to see what the hell that was. Who the hell is this guy? Who the hell is this guy? Why is he messaging me? No, that ain't Higgins. Higgins wouldn't have found me on Insta. I don't know who he is. Who is this guy? What does he want? Oh well. Anyways, where was I exactly? I can't remember. So, oh yeah, I'll be right back. That's what it was. I'll get to the other thing soon. I am very disgusted. Why? My bank balance is lower than I thought in a month. Very low. I'm gonna make plans. I got like this Thursday. All right, so let me just play this since Ducky's not here yet. It's 10 o'clock, so let me just play this for you guys. Turn the volume up so you can hear it again.
Good morning, Rita. It's just Ducky now live at Zoe Radio from the Gold Coast with the most. Hamming it up with Rita on Chicago radio. Stay tuned for more exciting entertainment.
So, she's still with her appointment, but still. She said she'll be in soon. That's great. Off and on. I'm not going to spend all day on YouTube, but, I can always switch to my Switch while I'm talking to you guys, too. All I got to do is go do a little shopping in the game, do my usual buy the items in the shop and buy the wallpapers. And then stick them in my storage and whatever, or sell them, or send them out to, Moppy's just got a new room. Chloe, I was playing earlier. Chloe's like, well, I'm at my room. I was like, your room will cost me $550,000 to upgrade the house. You got paid off, and then it gets another loan, and that's like $760,000 equivalent. So then when she gets her upgrade, I'm gonna pay off the 768 for the third room, and then Rita, there's 4 houses. There's Rita, Lee, and Rita. Then Rita's house, gets upgraded to like 1.2 million bells for I think the top floor. And then I go down the list and I pay for Moppy's house, which again is like 750,000, and Then I sit on it. Mortgage is interest free. You just got paid off whenever you can. And then once that's done, I got to pay the $750 for a million for Chloe, and then it goes back, and then I pay the $1.2 million for, Chloe or Rita, and then it's 1.2 for Moppy, 1.2, and then it's like 2.6 for the final. They charge like 2.6 million coins for a basement, and then once you earn all that stuff, then you get free upgrades the rest of your life, and you change the look of your house, but they won't let you make it look like a castle. My house looks like a log cabin, so I figured, if I was gonna play this game, again, then it would be best if I literally turned around and did some stuff, I mean, literally, literally. So, anyway, hopefully the air, we get things moving along today. I got an appointment, like I said, in 3 hours and 54 minutes. So, this is your captain speaking. Today's altitude from the lovely SeaTac Airport here on American Airlines. American Airlines flight number 4444. We're going to have nonstop service to Chicago. Flight time is 3 hours and 54 minutes. Thank you for flying. Our subsidiary of American Airlines, which is really Rita Air. Thank you and have a nice day. Come on, I have to have some humor. Wow. So, and that is how the cookie crumbled. And I am Zoe Cronkite, and this is how the cookie crumbles. See, I can poke fun at Zoe. Hamming it up with Rita. Nope, we don't have a ham license. So, one of the projects I'm working on for you preppers is ham radios. I figured after looking over the notes, this is basically the best course of action for the books, which is word up, Rita. Hey, welcome, WWE Anthony. How are you doing today? WWE Anthony. Nice to meet you. I saw you subscribe. So this here is the ham list. Okay, it asks the questions here and gives the answers on the bottom. It always gives the answer. So this is really good for studying. So I think this book is better than learning everything. I mean, I've completed the ham radio license manual 3 times. And the thing is in this book, which I'm rereading, I got to tell you about it for the ham radio users, is if you look at this, right? And you're reading about all this, right? And you go to the blue page, right? Right here, right? So, unless you can figure this out, right? Like, for example, it tells you the question pool, right? Question 1. Let me see, it says right here, question 1. Amateur radio intended. Okay, so persons who are interested. So now I've realized after reading the other one, the questions in the study is page so deep. So to memorize, you have to memorize 300 plus or 400 in the pool to get your ham license. Well, once you do, like Zoe said, I will be getting. Zoe asked how much. Remember, I'm trying to get Reverend Mike back here this weekend for the weekend edition for another talk on ham radios because I'd like to know more. But I'm also looking at purchasing these books. I got to email again to find out what they might make me wait till spring of next year to take the test. So might have to wait 6 months, but that gives me 6 months of studying for the test. So every day I could study and every day, and then I could take the test. And eventually, I can pass it. I got to take the fake tests online to make sure I know what I'm doing. But, the thing I found in the manual is they talk about things like electrical. It's like, this is how I see ham radio, okay? I need to talk to Reverend Mike about it. But anyways, it goes like this for prepping to a prepper's tool. Take ham radio. Pop it where your radio is. Hook microphone up. Set up radio after you get licensed. Then plug in radio. Turn it on. Go la 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 la. Set everything up with your antenna. Good to go, right? Instead, the problem with the radio is, hold on, I'm out of the camera's way. I got camel toe, which I don't like to talk about. It's a personal issue. But anyways, then you go, and you get and plug it in. So why should we know about electricity? I mean, literally, it's like, I mean, I mean, I know what they're doing. They're trying to teach you that you can build your own damn ham radio if you want to. I don't want to build a radio. I want to have a radio to use. But at the same time, there's so many rules and regulations to the FCC. I'm studying the book going, oh my God, and then, Reverend Mike, he's been helping. And, the problem is he won't answer certain questions. Like, is there a ham radio show, or is it communication? Say Zoe decides to get, Zoe's, right now not here. She's busy, behind schedule. Oh, well. So anyways, what was I saying? Oh, yeah. So say, for example, she gets a ham radio license. We can converse between the two as long as we use the repeaters. She can go out using her repeaters. I can use my repeaters. We can program our channels, and we can talk that way anytime. This is Radio Zoe, KXZW, and this is Radio Rita, But, I don't know if there's a ham radio where there's more than two people conversing like on YouTube's live chat, so I don't know. So I'm hoping we'll get to know more. So, anywho, but you know how it is. It's just interesting. I'll go check the comments now. Kind of, but I'm telling you, I had some really good hot dogs last night. They were good. But anyway, I saw my count balance. I was like, I almost died, I mean, I'm literally, fuming, Chloe's room's about 3/4 clean, so it's a plus, but still, she can get the hall of my office tidied up and everything, and we can just go through and toss out some junk and then get a steam cleaning thing in here. We'll be doing good. So, anyways, let's see. What am I doing? I'm having a brain fart this morning, or what was it? Zoe calls it a brain fog. Rita's brain is on fog. Yeah, it must be old age. Let's see the comments. Here, being there is my top 10 favorite movies behind schedule. Laughing with Ducky can chill for an hour. Yeah, well, I can chill too for an hour. I'm using a different camera today, Ducky, due to the fact that that I didn't want to hook it up again. My computer froze last night, trying to do like 30-minute videos, had to redo it. Kimmy came in last night, hadn't seen me in a long time, being there. Well, what is your other top 9 movies? I mean, literally every time I turn around, you're like my soulmate. I mean, I watched Being There like 3 times, and Chloe's like, what's this crap? Oh, hold on. I got to do this. Okay. Zoe's with us. Okay. I got to do this. What? I'm watching a movie. Pause it. What's this crap? I like to watch. Play. Well, I don't understand. Then he says, I like to watch. And Chloe's like, what the? I'm like, I like to watch. And I hit play again. And then she'd go to her room, she'd come back out to, later, and then she'd be like, not mad. She's like, I'm like, doesn't realize I have something paused again. And I'm like, I like to watch. So what's your other top 9 movies? You gonna share it with us here or are you gonna share it in Instagram? See, one of my top movies is called The Wizard. You make money off little kids, you ought to be shot. Have you ever never seen The Wizard? Where is The Wizard being streamed right now? Anyways, that'd be a good question. I haven't seen The Wizard streamed in a while. Anyways. The Wizard. Why is it that when I want... Ugh, you know what? Sometimes I hate fricking this damn thing. You know that? You basically put it in it. It doesn't show it. Here we go. Oh, so it saved my last search. And then you have to spell it properly or it won't load. There we go. Showtime's got it now. Oh yeah, one of my number one movies. My number one used to be Rambo, but you know that was a good movie. What do you hunt? Name it. If I redact it too, yeah. Well, you do know, just between you and I, Higgins is under the weather. Apparently, he's very depressed. You want to hear about it, Zoe? I'll tell you this. Higgins saga continues. So let me tell you the story. This is pretty hilarious. Okay, so yesterday, Zoe knows I'm joking. I hope. So me and Zoe were talking yesterday, right? And we were talking. That's ticket. We're talking about that's ticket. We're talking about our wedding in the future, and you get to all see it on YouTube. Me and Zoe and Reverend Mike doing the wedding, and we're both in little gowns, and everything, being happy. And so, anyways, Zoe says to me, "I'm not going to be on today. Deadline and hair appointment got to look good." And I was like, "Oh yeah, got to get prepared for the wedding." Yeah, that's ticket. So, anyways, so Higgins messaged me like 3 times, thinking I was ignoring him. Right? Truth of the matter is, I was like getting emails. I'm going to read you the emails, okay? So you guys can get a chuckle out of it. The email is just classic, okay? Classic Higgins, okay? Classic Higgins, okay? So he sits there, and Higgins' email. Yeah, well, she's got to get her hair prepared properly and done right so she can look good for our wedding. See? She's already agreed to the wedding. That's taken. You know, like Dad said, you don't have to be married to a male or female. What you marry is true love. See, love conquers genders. So, anyway, okay, so let's just get to what Higgins said, right? So, old Ig Bob says here, yesterday, something to do with, yeah, he was talking about closed captioning. I got closed captioning turned on for the hearing impaired. What more does he want? That's what I'm saying. So he spent 4 hours on 4 hours on Social Security yesterday. He called his nationwide number. Spent 2 hours with elevator music. They said they don't know. So they called the local number. He called the local number. Was on hold for 2 hours. They told him to. Then he emails me like 5 hours later, or something, right? And says something like, what do I need to get my file, right? I told him to go get his master file for Social Security because he was denied, right? Person on phone is checking in, so he spent like maybe 3 hours at the local office on hold with elevator music. Mostly complains my minutes are going down the toilet. Well, not my problem. This is what I told you, right? So then he said this morning, and then he said something about it, and once you get the file reviewed, then apply to appeal, not beforehand. If you denied a second time, request copy again, I recommend. Oh, yeah, that's what I said, that's what I said about it, and then he says, the work credits how to fight it in court, the thing is he can't fight it, okay, because he got royally dumped. He got literally screwed, okay, royally dumped, So then he writes the email, the one that was big, okay, this one is the big enchilada, right? Now, I love Higgins as a brother, but, yesterday I was more interested in working with Zoe. We were talking about our wedding, we're like, what type of rings do you want? Want basic bands, or do you want diamond rings, or do you want, Aaron used to say, diamonds are a girl's best friend, and you're a girl and a woman, but I'm not going to give you diamonds even if I piss you off, because you'll just find another reason to be pissed off and request another diamond ring or necklace or bracelet or rings or earrings. Aaron was funny, So he goes and he emails, right? Here's the story part, right? So I'm sitting there and I'm watching TV, and messaging Zoe, We're like, oh yeah, the wedding, we're gonna plan this great wedding, I've always wanted white, pure white. One of the things I always think of is looking really good in like white tights. You know what? You can't find white tights anymore. Every time I find tights, no offense as a woman, but they freaking get ruined. I mean, I was reading an article about a woman where she's got to pay $5 out of her tips every time the freaking she gets a run in her PV pantyhose. PV, mind the way, before you ask why she's got to pay $5, it's because she works at Hooters. $5 pantyhose. They're at the office and she throws the other one in the trash. Bet you they're. Oh, well, I got to make a joke with Zoe. Okay. Bet you those guys in there that works at Hooters that get a hold of those run pantyhose, they're sitting there. Oh yeah, this was Zoe's pair. Oh yeah, smells like cherries. Okay, let's get to serious here. So he says today appointment with my PCP. I feel like crying. This is Higgins, right? So I'm sitting there, and that was the title, right? Feel like crying. Doctors suck. I'm like, oh God, what happened with Higgins this time, right? So then he says something. I didn't even see this. What the fuck did he send me? I didn't see this. Okay, let's look at this real quick, right? PDF. So it says today's appointment with PCP. I feel like crying. Doctors suck. So he sends me this PDF thing, right? So let's see if I can open it, or my computer freezes, So open. Okay, let's see if I can open it. So it won't let me open, I guess. But anyway, story goes is he's sitting there, right? Just go to Adobe because I have Adobe. So let's see if it works. He says, "Do not sign this attack PDF thing that came in my email a couple days ago, September 4th." Oh yeah. Okay, so basically, he sends me this PDF. Opened it real quick. I'll read this afterwards. At least I opened it. Okay, so we can understand, right? Make Adobe my default. No, I'm only opening Adobe once in a while. The thing is I use Adobe once a month. So okay. Email a couple days ago, September 4th. So I'm sitting in there going, okay, big deal. It's like, what, 3 days ago? Who cares? I arrived at the doctor's office, presented with a tablet with the document they wanted me to electronically sign. I told them I was hesitant of signing and hesitant. No, I'm not going to sign it. No. Because of my past experience with doctors ending patient-doctor relationship because of a misunderstanding years ago. Okay, so that's understandable. Cool. So he got booted, right? They told me to wait in the waiting room. Called me back for a short visit. X amount of time. I'm just gonna say a long time later. An office manager came out with the tablet to continue me to sign it. My mom was there to witness this whole thing again. Higgins was like, "No, I'm not signing it." Yada yada yada. After a longer more time, let's just say a long more time, big long time, in the lobby later, they called me to come back from the waiting area. Just before entering the doorway to go back to the hallway, the lady told me to please wait here. So my mom and I sat down for another X amount of minutes. Literally, it was a long wait. So let's just say he was sitting for over 2+ hours, right? Yeah, and then they finally brought us back, took my weight on the scale, blood pressure, and pulse, oxygen levels with one of those clip-on finger things. That's the red light. They're called oximeters. 5 minutes later or so, the PCP nurse comes in, and says because of over a 20+ minute commotion, 20+ minutes, trust me, in lobby, she says I caused, basically a temper tantrum, that she was ending my patient relationship with her. Higgins says, this is the kicker, I'm thinking I did nothing to do anything. Well, let's just say you argued about signing a piece of paper on a PDF. You literally caused them to lose business, and you caused many things. And since Medicaid's paying your bills, you want to be a dick. Well, you have a right to be a dick. No, I don't have a right to be a dick because to me, I'm always polite and nice and not rude, and so. Maybe he was a dick, maybe he wasn't, who knows, but the story continues. I think I did not do anything, just told them I was hesitant to sign, then told to wait. Nearly X amount of time in the lobby, and remember, it was like total 2+ hours, and she has the balls, So we're talking about a doctor who had sex change and had a pair of balls, apparently. We carry our balls up here. To tell me I wasted 20 plus minute short visit allocation for something in the lobby while I was waiting to be called back, arguing over a piece of paper. This is the same thing the Democrats do. They accuse their opponent of something bad that they themselves are doing. Cancel culture. I'm thinking the PCP did not want to deal with the Social Security deal with Social Security disability that I just got my denial letter from last Saturday. He puts it in big bold letters, Social Security. This was an every 3-month appointment to keep my prescriptions going. If they had a problem with me, then why did they not do something the other 2 appointments? I've since applied for Social Security disability back in February, question mark, big question marks, question marks. It's only happened after he got the denial letter from SSA. First of all, let's just say out of love for Higgins, it is out of love for Higgins. So Higgins' blood pressure is pretty bad. He says it is 146 over 95 yesterday. Emailed me about it, and 149 out of 89. Now Zoe's probably thinking the whole story, right? So I read it like 20 times. Did the old on Radio Zoe. This is funny news here at Radio Zoe. But truly, I just looked at it, So last night I told Dad about it. He's like, did you reply to him? No, I don't have anything to say. Conspiracies isn't my thing. The Democrat. But she must be a Democrat. Or maybe they know you're Trump or Higgins' old boy, and they're like, fuck you. We ain't dealing with someone who doesn't trust us. I mean, literally, the form is for what? It doesn't even say it. Oh, and the PDF's open. Well, yeah, but I'm not done yet, Zoe. So what do you think? He basically didn't want to sign because he said it would be. He had years ago they terminated his PCP because of him signing something. Then he throws a temper tantrum, and then the PCP does it. And then Higgins is thinking it's a Social Security thing. I think Higgins is so depressed he's in bed still. But anyways, I want to get your opinion. So Higgins sends me this. Okay, this PDF. It says when decision about health care, better outcomes. So it says here there are 2 parts providing patient-centered care. Okay, patients and their family. Okay, participate in their own health care by sharing their own needs and preferences. Providers will listen to what their needs and then focus their education training on ensuring better health outcome. Okay, that seems fair. Then it says here, our clinic hopes to provide patients and family past patient-centered care. New way of looking at healthcare. It may be a new term for you when we talk about patient-centered. We mean healthcare setting that strives to include. Okay, this is what Higgins said. He had signed at the bottom. Personal healthcare provider. Well, yeah, he's had one. Team approach to medical practice, focus on the whole person. This includes care for all stages of life, acute care, ongoing care, preventive care. Yeah, that makes sense. Care that's coordinated across the medical office, hospital, home, other facility. Yeah, okay, everything. Wide, broad spectrum. High quality and safe healthcare that leads to superior results and easier access to care. Okay, so first of all, there's 3 pages. So page 1 is basically making some sense, right? Tell us about your health and illnesses, including other providers, conditions, hospitalizing, the whole crap, Talk about your needs and concerns, taking an active part in your planning your care, follow your care plan and your provider agree upon. We can change the plan as prescription refills, yada, yada, yada. Okay. Bring us copies of your healthcare service receive elsewhere, flu shots, emergency rooms, learn about your insurance, respect us as an individual and partners in your care. Keep your appointments or call us as you can. Pay your share of the cost when you receive caregivers. Oh, yeah, I'm going to say. We will continue to provide a healthcare team that knows you and your family. See, that we're actually doing that nicely. Respect you as an individual. We will not judge based on race, religious, gender, sexual, or gender identity, age, or disability. See? So they respect him as an individual, even if he's old or disabled. Only share your medical information with providers who are involved in your care as an appropriate part of privacy. Provide care by team and qualify. Yeah, okay. It is designated provider. Provide care that meets your needs and fits our shared goals and values. Provide care. Have a provider 24 hours to answer urgent questions. Take care of short illnesses, long-term disease. Give advice. Talk about your health, illness, disease. Give complete information. Constant counsel on your ability to financially coordinate other healthcare providers where referrals are needed. Part of patient center. See, it goes down the list, right? We ask you about your goals and what you can do to improve your life. So they want to know. So they go, Zoe goes in, she says, "Oh, yeah, I want to be a woman with a man made slongy dong." Sorry, I had to throw that in there. Then they'll make that note. That's a goal, right? But she's all woman. So I just had to throw that out. See, it's a little humor day. Anyways, it says there. So Higgins has improved health. What's he is? Honored on disability. Honored disability. So maybe. So who knows, right? Let us know you can follow the plan if you can't follow it. Remind you test and visit. Test done. You have a chance to attend special type of odd visit. We do more things using computer. Okay. Asking you to fill out some forms on your home computer, receiving telephone secure email reminders. We have an optical service, no optional service. It may or not be paid. Participate in research projects to help us study best way of providing healthcare, new tests, providing care. Yeah, see, that's all fair. So down at there, the patient check-in. We want to work with your care for you and your health like partnerships. Sometimes problems occur. See, he had to highlight these. While we prefer to work with you to solve these problems, either you or your provider may end this partnership at any time. So he thinks because he was denied Social Security because of it, they denied him. So he's claiming, quote unquote, he was denied based on his Social Security claim. Well, we'll get to the finishing part. Radio Zoe. So, anyways, then he turns around. This is funny stuff, by the way. I'm just trying to be polite, and get to the bottom why Higgins in Higgins mode. In the partnership at any time. If you feel there are problems, let us know so we can try to address them with you. Like when problems we all try to work with. They didn't want to work with him. They just put him in a seat. See, this is where he thinks it's wrong. He was hesitant to fill the form out. And then when he did, and it took up his time and stuff, if you choose to end the partnership, please let us know. We also know that you ended the relationship. Oh, we would also like to know why you ended the relationship. With your written permission, we will give you medical information next to your next provider. If your provider needs to stop seeing you, we'll let you know and tell you why. There it is. See. So basically, by checking this box and signing below your inner legally binding contract, provider consent page to healthcare provider. So basically, he refused. He said to them that he was going to lose services, right? So jokingly, of course. So I can't figure it out. So he's depressed right now, right? He's depressed, and yet being serious here for a minute, and I'm trying not to be fully humorous here, but being serious here, I would like to know Zoe's opinion on what the fuck happened with Higgins. He goes in there and they make him wait several hours, and then apparently because he throws a temper tantrum about checking a box, they kick him out. No more provider for him, and he thinks it's a Social Security thing, or the doctor's Democratic, or whatever. I mean, it doesn't make sense, Yeah, it's very difficult. I understand what you're saying, so I really do. The point I'm making, honey, is I worry about Higgins. I really do. But the thing is, he emailed me, this right before bed, and I'm going, The only thing, when I told Dad the story, he said, "Oh, it sounds like Higgins had a temper tantrum. He didn't get his way, so they just terminated him." It's very difficult to make good decisions when we're anxious and depressed. Anxiety makes people lash out. But the doc had every right to end the relationship. Business has the right to refuse healthcare. Yeah, and for all we know, right? This is the other thing. For all we know, he could be having Medicaid, SSI and Medicaid. And because of it, he's trying to push for a Social Security disability, and yet he gets denied. The doctors know that the doctors at the clinics don't know you get denied unless you bring it up with him. And if he's sitting there and Higgins has been on the phone constantly like, "I need my reward from my visual film to go there." And then remember what I said earlier, he was on the phone for like 5+ hours yesterday talking to Social Security's national line and then Social Security's local line. And then Mind you, the funny story is I got to share this with you also for the story, the final part of the story of yesterday, Zoe. Is he said something or other about Social Security, right? How he got approved, he wants to challenge Social Security. He's not going to give up. He won't give up, But apparently now he thinks he's got to give up due to being depressed because he has no money. And there's another thing that's problematic. There could be more things. Um, hmm. Let me see. He emailed me. Didn't I get it again or something? Or I don't remember. No, that was 2 days ago. So it was yesterday. He was doing it, I guess. So, anyways, he turns around. I gotta find this. He says, "I hope you're having a good day." Anyways, the story is Oh wait, is this the part of the story that he did? Yeah, so he thinks the SSA letter, basically the denial, basically sunk him. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Okay, I see it. Okay, so let me read you this, guys. This is really funny. All right. So he emails me the PDF of what he needs to fill out to get his medical records to fight, right? But then it says here, right? I don't think he read the fine print because I was laughing my ass off. He's like, so I got to fill this form out and print it out and send it to them, right? Fill it out under this, or fax it or whatever. But the thing is the thing here, right here, right? It says here, federal laws, right? Disclosure and everything, right? He's got to fill this in. Consent and release, right? You know, I'm the person requesting it, right? And it says penalty, perjury, blah, blah, blah. But one of the things that I found um, was you got to go. He says any and all records, entire file, you have to specify, right? So you got to specify it. And it says here, why do you want to specify? You got to put in denial, right? Anyways, there's these check boxes. But the funniest thing is, right? It says on the bottom, right? Um, ward letters, death notices. What's the reason for it? It says signifies required. But one of the things I read was um, basically it said something about reason you want to know, yeah, right here, right here. We may, which Social Security always does, we may charge a fee to release the information for non-program purposes. So, for example, the lawyer basically requested and had to pay like $500 for Chloe out of his own pocket, and then he fires her, so he's out $500. I offered to pay it, but he wouldn't take my money, because he thought Chloe was a faker and a worthless troll. So, I had to fight for what was it, 3 years after that, and she got 3 years extra pay. But anyway, the point being, Chloe basically turned around and got all that back pay. Whereas, you know, so, it says, so Higgins being with no income couldn't basically pay for it anyways. So the thing is, it was kind of hard. For business have the right to refuse. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. So he wants that Social Security back pay because he claims he was disabled since 5, but something ain't right. Dad literally said something wasn't right last night. He says that the guy's basically running the train on one track Higgins, track one, track one, the record. And he says going on track one track Higgins, and Higgins is basically losing, then there's a problem. He's like, there is literally a problem. Sorry, I was you know, there's a problem to no end. And Dad's like, something ain't right. I mean, literally, I told him the story, but the doctor, he's like, well, they have rights to terminate. Yeah. Two, yeah. Yeah, well, the point is, hon, is I have depression too. I don't have anxiety. Chloe has the anxiety. But Dad turned around, right? He said either the funny feeling in my head is depression or the funny feeling in my head is uh um that one disorder. Serious fatigue, chronic fatigue syndrome, and I'm just like, I've been fatigued for a while. Yeah, well, I was just talking to Anthony about it before he showed up. See this here? This here has here's the thing, right? You got to study this book here, right? This is the book about the test. But if you look at the tests, right? For example, it says for studying 400 things in the poll, the answers are right here. So if you read the book, study the book until the test, you should memorize it pretty good. You know. So. I mean, literally, if you study the questions and answers in the book for so long, you could probably master the book. I mean, to me, my thing is the topics. I got to talk to Mike this weekend on the topics because, frankly, let me just tell you, I'm reading this book. I've read it twice already, and to me, this book is you can go through the thing, right? It's like, what is amateur radio? Radio and signal fundamentals. I mean, if you know how to use the radio and the right bands and stuff, and you know what your right bands are, why do you need to know about radio frequencies? Or three, electricity. Why would anyone want to know about electricity? Plug in the damn unit, push a button. The antenna. Yes, the antenna works better if you put a plane on it. Like Mike said, put on a cookie sheet, you're fine. Transmitters, receivers, digital communications, that's the stuff you need. RF grounding, RF interference, communications with other hands, contacting license regulations. You need that operating regulations, safety regulations, electrical, RF exposure, mechanical safety. And it's like FCC rules again. The glossary, technical class examination, question bowl, supplemental, choosing a ham radio, and then amateur vendor advertisement. So there you go. So you get all this. Yet, no offense to the sweet, sweet baby Zoe, but why do I need to know about electric current? It's not like I'm going to build a radio. I mean, literally, I'd like to get Reverend Mike's opinion on that. I messaged Mikey already, but still. I mean, so this book has all the answers. Now, in the back, I didn't realize where the answers were. That's the thing. I thought the other book was useless. I read it. Oh, great. My batteries fell. Hold on a sec. So, anyways, so basically, hold on a sec, Pete. I just want to pick up my batteries. The scanner. There we go. This should be all the batteries. So basically, in this book, if you go through it, I've read it twice, and some of it makes sense, some of it doesn't. I'm still learning about FM. I think it's like something modulations. I know AM is something modulation. And then I know what DC and AC is. I just can't remember what AM is again. I'll have to read the AM glossary again. But anyways, if you look at the list here, right, there's this blue page of like 300. They use a pool, so they pool whatever they want, right? The question pool for 2014 is here, right? So you look at the questions, and they ask the questions here, but if you look closely, the answer is there. So it's like the questions are right there. So if you take the study test, you gotta, without the book, in front of and some of these are easy, but some of them you got, so this book, but they haven't updated the handbook in, several years. There's a practice test online they tell us to do it. Now, I read the book twice, the big book. The thing like I said about the electric is different. Should be good. That's what I was going to ask Mike. What am I supposed to be studying for? Am I supposed to study the test, the question pool in the back? Or am I supposed to be studying all the things? I mean, he didn't explain it, so I messaged him on Skype. Which you're more than welcome to join me and Mike sometime in a private discussion on ham radio or anything for that matter. Of course, just to let you know, at least hopefully you'll never ignore me. Not like Annie. Anyways, just say it like a damn robot. Amplitude modulation. Take her to an 11. Yeah, take her to 11. Amplified modulation. Yeah, and then FM. I can't. I know. Yeah, I can't remember what F. I know what M is. Modulation. So amplified modulation. AM. FM. I can't remember, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, so the story goes, old Hig Bobs won't even email me this morning. I think he's so depressed and I'm worried about him. So I asked him, is he alive? No reply. No reply. Oh, so someone said, oh yeah, the Connors sent me an email this morning. Let's see what the Connors have to say. I'm just looking to see if Zoe messaged me, and it's like, you got a message from the Connor. View the photo. What photo this done? So she sent it on the blackboard, right? It says, Job, God's wisdom and suffering. Psalms, God's wisdom and worship. Proverbs, God's wisdom. Ecclesiastic, God's wisdom. Song of Solomon, God's wisdom on sexuality. Oh. So she sends me a picture on religion, and I send her the pictures of how great Zoe is. When it comes to the alcohol, I sent her the alcohol pics. I would never send Zoe's pic without permission. Of course, I did it once with Reverend Mike, but Mike thought she was really cool talking about buying me ham radios. I got to see this foxy lady. Now, Mike, of course, said, wow, she's foxy. And I said, yeah, you think so? I said, she acts like a fox at times, too, but she's mostly a duck. He's like, quack, quack. He's like, you should nickname her Rubber Duck, We were joking about that, and finally we talked, and I said, yeah, she is foxy. Of course, everyone doesn't know this, but Mikey's gay. So Mikey's married and he's happy. But, I've known him for years, He's always funny, Always funny. Yeah. You got mail? Yeah. Yeah, I got a message from her. She's like, hey, here's a picture, it's hidden. She was using the hidden feature, hiding the message, so that it's like one of those adventure things where you send me a message and once I look at it, it just disappears. Acts like a fox, acts like a duck. Like, have you seen that movie Convoy at the end? Quack quack. Oh yeah. Anyways, it's kind of funny, Zoe. But anyways, like I said, it is entertaining, But I was gonna ask you if there's a way we can get Higgins on board. I might have a project, but the problem is I don't know how to do it on Instagram. You see, with that voice, we can probably put together an intro with you. Like you could do the intro for this channel or something. I don't know. I mean, I got to see what Higgins thinks of it, but I was thinking of that this morning before he came on. I was like, man, she's got the perfect voice for that, for radio herself. This is Radio Rita. Or what? Or is this? Or are we watching Rita TV right now? That's the thing. I don't know. Is it Radio Rita or Rita TV? Quack quack. I saw a song too today. I want to play for you. You might like. It's you can listen, or no, you can't listen to it. It's on YouTube. Anyways, I'll send it to you anyway. You can listen to it whenever you want. I think it's funny. You'll get the message anyways. I found a remake anyways of it, but the remake is pretty damn badass. So let me just plug these in so you guys don't hear my thing, and I will I will get it for you and send it off to Instagram because I think you find this to be very entertaining. What I'm going to send you. The people on YouTube are like, "Uh-oh, she's going to send something that's pornographic." No, I'm not. What I'm sending you is pretty damn funny. So I go to history because I have it saved there. And then I found one of my videos are flagged from like 15 years ago. YouTube didn't give me a strike. Here you go. All right. For her to listen to later, I think she'll find this to be funny. Here we go. I'm going to post it for the rest of you. I think you guys might find this to be funny. There you go, everyone. Listen to this. This is pretty damn badass. This is badass. I'd love to use this as my intro. This would be pretty. Then turn the closed caption on, winch. Old winch. You guys got to listen to this. I want to hear what Zoe's got to say about this when she hears it. We're going to do a remake of a movie. 2 remakes. And Zoe's going to be the director, everyone. We're going to make it world famous. Being There, starring me. I'm Rita the gardener. And then I'll play in the second movie, The Rain Woman, starting me as Rita Lee Babbitt. Definitely want to watch my TV. What do you guys think, huh? Think about it. While we're talking about prepping, you guys got to think with your heart. Yeah. But anyways, with Higgins, hopefully he'll be fine. I'm really worried about him. This is why we are a group in this channel. People say, oh, this video is too long or this video sucks. You know what? Difference between your time and mine is we're a closed community on this channel. You join us, feel free to add your own input. If you don't, who cares? The prepping part's done today. Prepping was done 8 hours ago plus, but I'm here to tell you guys, you got to keep prepping unless you want to pay $100 a pound for a hamburger or even $50. Yeah. So think about it, peeps. I had to share that tune with Zoe. I was listening to it this morning. I found the one in the movie is pretty good too. Zoe, hun. Pay attention to that song because that's a remake of when Chauncey leaves the house. Look, when Chauncey leaves. Oops, sorry about that. Let me show you something real quick, hun. I hate when this damn thing is somewhat slow. Okay, I'm going to show you this real quick. All right, listen to this, right? All right, here you go, Zoe. This is for you. For you, Zoe. Listen to this. Listen to this. This is what I was sharing with you. Listen to this. Listen to it carefully. If you had headphones, it's perfect rhythm. I love how it is on the TV. All right, here goes. See? I had to find the remake because this is, See, this isn't. This is perfect. I like to watch. See, Zoe would be perfect as Zoe the gardener. She likes to watch. I like to watch. What are you doing, Zoe? I like to watch. You know how to read? I know time to read. You know how to write? No time to write. Do you use a telephone? I don't know how to use the telephone. Do you drive? No, I don't know how to drive. You see, isn't this great? You hear that? And then it's like, the whole thing is just perfect. An old Greyhound bus, you don't see those every day. There's a Mustang boss in the background. I'm about to do a short skit for you all, but you can hear the tune here. It's perfect how he's walking. Another Greyhound bus. Excuse me, miss. Could you make me some lunch? I'm hungry. Oh, okay. So I'm ready for my next thing to poke fun at Zoe for me. I think Zoe will be, Hold on, I have to say this, Zoe. So I gotta get my mood just right before I do this. So Chloe, what are you doing? I spent a couple $100 and you prefer to watch the clothes dryer. Where are you gonna be when at 3 o'clock when Rita's on? The red one always falls first. Clueless. It's gonna be me in the city someday. Old clueless person gets canned as a gardener and just starts roaming the cities. One of the best movies ever. My favorite film director. Hold on. So yeah, who? Who's your favorite film director? Come on, spit it out, you swine! You swine! Spit it out, you swine! Zoe, you're a swine, you swine! Don't make me go over there, you swine! I'm hungry. He goes up to the lady. He's like, "Excuse me, miss. Can you make me my lunch? I'm hungry." And then that night when he gets hit with the car and everything, he's like, "Oh yes, I'm really, really hungry." It's the funniest thing. And the only one who knew the secret was the doctor at the end. That was, you know, you know. Hold on. I'm doing Zoe, everyone. Oh, you guys can't see my face. I can move the camera up just a bit. See? All right, there we go. car is not a toy. Out. My dad let me drive on the driveway. Your dad lets you drive this car. This car. There's only 28 miles on the odometer since I last drove it. You drove this car. The seats were once brown leather. Now they're pitiful red. You know he's red. You know this car? I know this car. What is this car? It's a Buick Roadmaster Straight A Fireball 8. Only 8,095 production models. Dad lets me drive slow on the driveway on Saturdays. Today is Wednesday. It's not Saturday. Who's your dad? Something Babbitt. No, that's my dad. Who's your mother? Eleanor Babbitt. Died. Eleanor Babbitt. What's your address? 4419 Beechcrest, Cincinnati, Ohio. 4452. Hey, that's my address. Hey, who are you? I'm talking to 26 minutes to Jeopardy. To Jeopardy. Dump. Oh no, 26 minutes to Wagner. The People's Court. Dump. Hey, Bruner, who is this lady? That's Zoe. That's your sister. I don't have a sister. What do you think? I was watching The Rain Man too. You know, what is your top 10 movies? I mean, you do know Peter Sellers is in the Pink Panther movies. For some of you out there, she's got the voice that would be perfect for the intro if we could figure out the intro. Oh, we got no breaking news. So I saw a report today that was really interesting for local news. Let me see. Did she actually message me again? Nope. Let me just show you what she says. This is pretty damn funny.
Good morning, Rita. It's just Ducky now live at Zoe Radio from the Gold Coast with the most.
Gold Coast with the most.
Hamming it up with Rita on Chicago Radio. Stay tuned for more exciting entertainment.
So, saw a couple news articles that I want to talk to you guys about that you might want to prep just in case. Apparently, today I want to tell you somebody messaged me by email. They asked me what's going to happen in the future. And, you know, as always, she likes her news updates, even when she's writing and stuff. She probably doesn't see it in front of TV all the time. Thank God she doesn't. If I was really married to Zoe, I'd keep Zoe away from the news. The news is getting too damn depressed, you know. But honestly, let me just tell you what's going on. So this morning, someone messaged me and said, "Do you think the Department of Justice will submit an appeals?" I said they should, but if they don't, then it's basically and I'm playing devil's advocate here, then basically the FBI was faking it. Now, if they do appeal it, it goes higher, you know, but the American people want more info on this. They are hungry for more. And if Donald Trump's really trying to block it for whatever reason, you got to think, you know. So someone said to me today, what's going on in the future, right? Well, I said, I don't know, right? And I said, I don't know. And I said, I don't know, right? So someone said to me, well, what's going on with the food thing, right? Food thing, right? You know, inflation. And food and water and everything else is going up. The non-essential items people aren't buying is going down, right? So the Federal Reserve, right? This is what I said this morning to them. I got an email, right? They said, oh, what's going to happen to the country, right? Well, let's just put it this way. Right now, there was a report saying that 85% of women, remember, Zoe said this several months ago, you piss off the women, you're going to see the women voters in suburbia vote against the Republicans. Well, the Republicans so far is underestimated. We still got 61, 62 days till election, so things can change. But, you know, they say it's underestimated. You know, that's why people call me a leftist. I play neutral because, it's safer that way. But because I'm running a show, I got to do both sides without getting in trouble. So, so they said, well, what happens when the Federal Reserve raises it? Well, your groceries go up again. You see, he's raising it to cripple the country, so you'd vote Republican. And then because of it, Instagram, okay. And because of it, he's raising the interest rates. It's going to hurt everyone, right? So what's the Republicans got? Well, they can raise the interest rates. They can protect Donald Trump, which they're making an ass out of themselves. Hypothetically, Democrats aren't doing any better. But then the Democrats got all the women voters and the trans voters and everything else. So what's going to happen? They say that the Senate might, the Republicans, let's just say the Republicans might get 2 seats and the Democrats might get 8 seats from what I'm looking. I haven't confirmed it with God yet, but that's what it's looking. So I just thought I'd share that with you. Oh, yeah. She had to say it. I like to watch. See, I've watched that movie. My husband got me into it a long time ago. I just forgot about it. I asked Dad to watch it. Oh, I've seen it 3 times. I don't want to see it anymore in my life. I like Zoe because, me and Zoe, we're soulmates. Because think of it. I could vent on YouTube about my dad. My dad, of course.
He said, now get this, honky. You go tell Raphael that I ain't taking no jive turkey.
Hey, did you ever see I was watching it on HBO last night, Zoe. Did you see the blooper reel for it? Oh, man, it's funny. He's sitting in that hospital bed, right? Where they're doing the thing where he's got the one room all glassed in, and he's sitting there talking and, the sweet part of the castle. And he's sitting. By the way, that castle was owned by the Vanderbilts. Hi. You came around. Huh? Zoe wants to see you. Yeah, Zoe wants to see you. She wants to see a little Ewok. Look, Zoe. Look, Zoe. It's our mascot. Welcome to Moppy TV, where you get to see me look at you in the camera and say, hey, Zoe gives booze to mommy. Piper gives gift cards. Where's my snacks? I want a snack. I want a snack now. I want a nice tasty snack. Maybe a filet mignon snack. Yeah. Oh. What's wrong, huh? Your vet bill was paid. Yeah. Uh-huh. So, anyways, I want to share that with you guys. So, I got to give him a payment. So, Dad, of course, still thinks there's nothing. I should talk to Zoe about something about prepping for a minute. I want to get her opinion on something. Here we go. There you go. You earned your payment by showing your cute face. Mop Top Radio. This is Mop Top Radio. You do know that's what Uncle Johnny used to call him, was Mop Top. Well, how's it going, Mop Top? My nickname was Hot Rod, by the way. In the game I'm playing, they named me Junebug. We're Eat Preppers out there tuning in. We had a little fun, but I got to ask my moderator Zoe a question. You might add your 2 cents if you guys are watching. Because the numbers keep coming and going for preppers, new preppers. I haven't sent the list out this morning. I did add to it. Zoe doesn't know this. Forgot to tell you guys. I actually added a few items to the preppers list last night, thanks to moderator Kimmy. Now, I was always probably going to be jelly and say, oh, who's Kimmy? African-American trans woman who's a moderator of mine. Kimmy's transgendered, great girl. She joined me a long time ago, 2+ years ago, for stimulus checks. She checks in from time to time. She's surprised I'm still around. Anyways, she saw the list last night. She wanted to add her 2 cents to it, so I had to give her the floor. She says, "Oh, you need get this, deodorant." So we added deodorant to the list. That's something that Zoe, who's helped me with the list, didn't say, you're not wearing deodorant. Didn't even think of deodorant, sorry. So, yeah, I guess people need their deodorant. But deodorant goes under the arm. Doesn't go on the crotch anymore. If you want crotch, you get one of those Old Spice sprays. It's got the propane in the can. Yeah, but you should keep your Johnny clean. So, okay. So then she said there's not enough soups. So I added some more soups that were affordable by the case. And then Kimmy said nothing. And then I thought, maybe this would be perfect for preppers' tools, paper plates, and plastic forkware. Probably Zoe likes that anyway. She just basically throws it in trash, pulls the trash out, takes it out to her dumpster. Hand sanitizer. She literally says there's no hand sanitizer anywhere on the list. I think Higgins recommended, but I just forgot to add it, or I said I had hell with it. But with Kimmy, I was like, okay. Well, she went through the list bit by bit while she was with me before my computer froze, and it said, quote unquote, the list is pretty much complete except for those items. If there's anything missing, I'm just going to give you guys a list now. Dr. Strangelove in the top 10. You do know I'm watching a movie tomorrow, Zoe, so you might not see me in the evening edition. It just depends if I'm busy or not. I want to tell you I'm going to be watching Thor, God and Thunder tomorrow. I want to see that movie. I've been waiting for it for so long. Have you seen that movie, The Life of Peter Sellers or something? That was pretty cool, too. I think it's a movie or something, The Life and Death of Peter Sellers. Yeah, that was pretty good, too. Have you seen that? That was pretty good. I don't even know where that is. Let me check Roku real quick. You can go to Roku, everyone, if you own Roku, and you can put in the movies. And then you put in The Life and Death of Peter Sellers, and it'll say something like The Life and Death, and you can just see if there's something in the search. I think there's something like that. Here we go. The Life something or other volcano. That was cool. I don't know where it is. Something. Just put in Peter Sellers. I think for the name Peter Seller. Here we go. The Ghost of Peter Sellers. The World of Peter Sellers. Yeah. So if you go here, Peter Sellers, and then you look for his movies, and it'll say something like, he was there being there. Revenge of the Pink Panther. You swine. The Trail of the Pink Panther. Oh, he was there. That was him too. Oh, yeah, that's after his death. And there was one that's like The Life or something. Peter Sellers. That was pretty interesting too. There's a girl in my soup. He was pretty good. The 1967 movie Casino Royal. Is that the Peter Sellers is in that? I thought that was Bond. My name is Bond. James Bond. I still think Pierce Brosnan was the best Bond. Yeah, I like watching Disney Plus. You got that Obi-Wan Kenobi. You got the Mandalorian. They got another one coming out soon, and then you got Thor coming out tomorrow. So, hopefully there's no hiccups with my Roku when I watch on Disney Plus tomorrow. Clueless is oh yeah, you'll be clueless, running around homeless as a gardener. Yes, or you'll be in the new mental hospital in Chicago called Walbrook 2. You'll be like, I live in Walbrook 2, definitely Walbrook 2, Walbrook 2. Keeping you up, and well, I guess I could stay for 3 pages longer. I mean, I got till 2 p.m. anyways. Yeah, okay. So now they're talking about the presidential portraits. Oh, that was pretty good. That ain't bad at all. It's realistic. Took him that long to make it. I was wondering why it took so damn long. Okay, let me check Instagram real quick. She's like sending a message on Instagram. Oh, she said, oh, she didn't. No, that was Sent Instagram? I don't see anything on Instagram again. So I don't see anything on Instagram. I'm gonna look again. Yeah, so that was like 3 minutes ago. So, hey, Mark, what's up, bro? How'd you like Reverend Mike? I've known him for years, Mark. You know, he's we might have him back this weekend for discussion of ham radios again. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Pee-wee's husband came in, Dan. He thought it was cool because old school hammer smoking cigarettes. Those old school hammers, you know, I see Moppy climbed on the bed finally, sleeping on the bed, sleeping with the fan going. I guess he's overheating. So, anyways, what's new, Mark? I got to do Instagram probably next week, this weekend probably. So, you know, I'm hoping we can get Mike wants to get Zoe on board. Oh, yeah, you know. So, I didn't see anything on Instagram. Ducky, I haven't seen something on Instagram yet. You said the Instagram. All I see is your messages here. Yeah, I thought that one message was pretty damn funny, you know.
Welcome to Radio Zoe, the future of rock and roll.
Or how about this one? This one makes me laugh the most.
This is Ducky at your local King's Market. Clean up on aisle Nancy the Boozer Pelosi and the fucking Trump dump.
I still love that one. Oh, you did? Let me see.
Gentlemen, you can't fight in here. This is the war room.
Hold on.
Gentlemen, you can't fight in here. This is the war room.
Oh, yeah, that's pretty damn cool. Here's one of my favorite lines. Uh-oh, fart. Uh-oh, fart. Ray, did you fart? Did you fucking fart? Fart. How can you stand it? I don't mind. Zoe's a cool gal. Hey, Mark, did you notice Zoe sent me a present the other day? You missed the whole time when you were out, man. You didn't think. Check this out. I got a present from Zoe. Zoe's probably going to say, it's 5 o'clock somewhere. Look at this. Remy Martin, Mark. Or how about this? The queen of all drinks. Comes with some nice glasses, too. See? Jane Walker. Mm-hmm. However, I can't drink before my appointment. My therapist will be asking why I'm completely drunk. I don't know. I just want to feel like I want to get drunk. You wanted to feel like you got to get drunk. Yeah, why not? Zoe said it's 5 o'clock somewhere, lady. He's always a bad influence. That'd be my therapist. He's always a bad influence. Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's plenty of movies I like. I like this one from Comanche Moon. Val Kilmer. So, gentlemen, Famous Shoes is going to show me how to track. I'm going to leave you co-commanders, Co-Commander Call and Co-Commander McRae. What do we tell your wife, sir? Oh, Ennis, she's not my problem, not yours. Get the men home safely, get them paid, and get them drunk until I come back. Gus, I'm going to need some time a day or two to adjust that you are captain. So be easy on me. Woodward's going to be a lot harder on you than he is on me. Just be gentle with me. I order you to shut up. I wonder why the captain made them two co-commanders. One says yes, the other says no. They'd argue with the stump that the stump could talk. So, Mark, what have you been up to, man? I got an appointment at 2 o'clock, so I'll be gone. I got to restart the computer, make sure I'm up and ready. Are you eating? Oh, yeah, look at him. He's eating. So, Mark, I forgot to tell you, we got a high definition camera now. I just didn't hook it up because I was too lazy this morning. You know, Zoe probably prefer the wide angle lens anyways, but I got the camera already set up. I just haven't done it. I was going to do it after the 2 o'clock appointment. Hopefully Zoe will be back then, you know. But anyways, you know. Haven't seen our boy over from England, you know, our moderator, what's his name? Tone. Haven't seen Tone in a couple of days. Hopefully he's doing good too, you know. Yeah, you know. Woo! Ray, did you fart? Did you fucking fart? Fart. Fart. How can you stand it? I don't mind. Oh, that's funny, you know. That is too damn funny, you know. You can't fight in here. It's the war room. Funny thing is, though, me and Chloe's never seen Doctor Strangelove the movies. Maybe we'll watch them tomorrow when we watch Thor. I know Dad would probably watch those, but I don't know. He's more interested in the Jarhead series is on Stars, so he wants to watch the Jarhead series for Friday. So if I want, I can watch something else while he's watching that, you know. So, anyways, like I said, we're all happy-go-lucky here. Look again. Yes, I saw it. I thought it was something I already listened to, but it wasn't. So, you know. But anyways, for you preppers out there, just remember you need food, you need water, and everything else is a luxury. You know, just remember that there's going to be a food shortage, which we need to talk about in the news today, because the news has not said anything about. You see, here's the problem with the country right now. Okay, I want to tell you what's going on with the country. Okay, you see, the problem is you got Donald Trump getting this master thing, right? DOJ is going to appeal it. It's going to go to the Supreme Court. Supreme Court's going to shoot it down. American people are going to be royally pissed. They're going to go vote more droves just to keep the bastard out. Honestly, I'm doing this neutrally, okay? And I like to call people names like Nancy the Boozer Pelosi, and her ice cream sandwiches that are $20 a piece. But anyways, the point is when it comes to, you know, the whole political thing, if they don't get in the next 8 days the department to turn around and turn around and what's that word? Get a deal made for the railroad. You're not going to see anything grocery wise. You're going to see a grocery stall, and Congress has to pass the bill. Then the problem is if they do that, they might delay till afterwards to hold the country hostage because the Republicans are going to blame the Democrats for this whole thing about inflation, which they're already blaming. And the problem is it's not the Democrats or the Republicans' fault. It's people that got their stimulus check wasted in on all this crap, and now there's this supply chain problem, and then there's a shipping problem, and then you got people not wanting to go to work, and then you got people staying home, and then you got people messaging me all the time about food stamps, and then you got people messaging me more about food stamps, and you got more people asking me about food stamps, and in the end, look what's going on. It's looking pretty damn grungy, in my opinion. So the problem is that's what's going on, you know. So you got to look at it from that point of view. So Yeah, if you guys are wondering, tonight's dinner is going to probably be hot dogs again. Those hot dogs Chloe got me were really good. I'm not really big into the bun busters. I got those in case Chloe wants to eat them. Due to the fact that, honestly, she's cleaning her room so she can have the hot dogs and anything else I give her bonus wise. But still, I'm waiting for her to give me the okay to place the orders I need. But she's got to send the gift cards. I won't tap into the ones that we got. Those are going for something else once we get clearance from Piper. Piper's the one that sent the gift card, so we want to make sure that Piper's is. Mm-hmm. Actually, I had an idea that just might work. If Chloe's taking the cooler today, it might just work. You say Chloe's got to go to town. She want to check on cherry tobacco, see if they got it in, and then she wants to go to the store. I think she said she had to go to Ace for dish soap. And while she's out, maybe she should swing by the grocery store. And, I see she picks up Dairy Gold. Whatever happened to Dairy Valley? That's something I always ask her. Where's the Dairy Valley milk? They don't have it in stock. So, anyways, not that it matters. Anyways, the joke is if Chloe picked up 2 gallons of milk at a time, she wouldn't have to go out almost every day for milk. So, I was thinking maybe 2 gallons, take the cooler and get several gallons at a time. Saving trips to the store, I'll clean the fridge out and then basically we'll wipe it down and we'll store extra milk in there and we'll just get it that way, until the grocery stores run out of milk and you got to go to powder. It's best to save your powdered milk and go directly to your gallon milk. I know Dinky, my cousin, she's like, oh, you shouldn't be drinking milk. It's high in sugars. Well, let's just put it this way. I'd rather drink milk than booze, truthfully. And this month, Chloe hasn't even offered about beer, Wouldn't mind a beer, but then again, I'm trying to keep away from alcohol because I'm not feeling too well still. And the milk's used for mac and cheese and for soups, so gotta keep that milk flowing in, or a prepping tool. So, you know how it is, peeps. Not one thing, it's a million others. So, you just gotta keep prepping. Yeah, just keep on prepping, because that's the way it's going to be in the future, is you're going to have to keep prepping, or prepping's going to have some problems. And I got to tell you guys a story, right? So Chloe goes to the store the other day, and she gets some mac salad. I love mac salad. Got to fill that up again, too, so got to make some room. So the other day, she gets mac salad, right? And this makes a good cup if you just want to drink. So she gets the mac salad, right? And I take a bite of it. Oh my God, worst mac salad in the world. I was like, this brand is off my list for the rest of my bloody life. You know. You must be like me, a movie buff, Zoe, because I love movies. I mean, I go and play my game. When I play my game, I actually play my game, and then I get to movies, and I play my game, and then I get my movies, then I play my game again, and go back and forth, in between movies. It's cool. It's fun. It's literally fun, but still. The game also helps me with prepping too. You don't know what's happening. I'm waiting for a leaf to show up one of these days. So I can buy some wheat and some other crops. So I can plant them so I can have a continuous supply of wheat. Because I want to cook more dishes. All I can make right now is a salmon dish. Yeah, a salmon dish. So in my game, they got crafting, and the more cooking dishes, the more better you're off at it. But I need wheat, and I can't get wheat, so I gotta wait for the guy that sells it. So, so Anyway, soon I'm gonna turn on the coffee pot, make up a pot of coffee. I gotta stay awake at least whenever Zoe lets me go to bed. I'm at Zoe's disposal. So, anyways, truthfully, like I said, there's some news articles that were interesting. One was the delay, if there is a delay in products around the country, it's because the trains are not running. Think about it. Think of that wholeheartedly, peeps. Think about it. They got 8 days to come up with a deal, or they go on strike. And they go on strike, you better be prepping big time. That's why I keep telling Chloe, because it doesn't look like. See, what's happening in the world, okay, is let me tell you what's going on in the world of politics, And I know Zoe doesn't like me talking about politics, but it goes like this. If they keep basically putting Donald Trump in the spotlight, there's not going to be any news about this strike until it happens. And when it does happen, Congress is going to have to act. In the meantime, Donald Trump's going to basically use this and the Republicans to their advantage again. But they're as much as fault as the Democrats because they're not making a deal. They're not saying get it done. Instead, what happens? Things happen and then things happen and then things happen and, So in the end, what happens? So eventually, before I leave, probably like 1:30 or some 2 hours from now, so I will restart my computer and I will check to see on the full battery if I can actually use the full featured camera on Zoom. I think I can, but I don't know. It's not telling me. So I might just use this one anyways because it's a little better quality than the built-in one in the laptop. So, but anyways, think of it what I'm saying. If they have it, you're going to have food shortages because they can't ship Twinkies, they can't ship hot dogs, they can't ship a lot of them. It's got to go by truck. And if we don't have enough refrigeration units, cool gen units to keep the food cold, you're screwed. Not to mention, this is the last 3 months of harvest season before winter. So unless you can harvest stuff in Texas in winter, you're basically looking at Oh, and did anyone hear about supposedly there's a hurricane off the coast of California? Yeah, I was reading some news about that. I was like, hurricane off the coast of California? Yeah, right there. It says hurricane off the coast of California. So basically, a rare hurricane, a strengthened hurricane K will extend extreme heat in Southern California. Yeah, so heat wave raises fire risk. Hurricane kill still looms. So there's a hurricane off the coast of California. And before Zoe comments again, she's writing away and I'm on her jumbo TV. Think of it this way. Right? Southern California, right? A hurricane. Mexico coast. The core of Hurricane K will be near the west coast, Mexico. This should be a Hurricane Zoe. So basically, it's by Friday, or no, by, the hurricane's projected path. So currently, the hurricane today's Wednesday, so right there, it's Category 2, and it's near La Paz. And by Friday, by Sunday at 5 a.m., it'll be near San Diego. So they're predicting flooding, with 48 inches of rain, and then an X of heat wave and stuff. So Mike was talking about a heat wave at Sacktown being 111. So let's see where it is here. So you got Anaheim, Irvine, San Clemente, Oceanside, Tentacola or whatever, Lake something, Araza, Palm Springs is 115, 104 in some place, San Bernardino, yeah, so Sacktown's gonna be really hot again. So hopefully brother Mike's basically staying with the air conditioner, because I worry about him baking like a, you know. All right, so Higgins finally emailed me. He's got too much on his plate. I told him to go to the ER if he's having these much trouble. Well, apparently Higgins is still determined, by the way, for Social Security. I think that's why he's doing the lawyer thing. He says he's busy scanning all day, so he's probably scanning what medical records he has. Hey, did you see my PCP doctor's office episode? Yes, we did, but the doctor can terminate anytime she wants. Then Higgins says, because Zoe's still listening, he says, I did not do anything, and suddenly I don't have an assigned PCP, question mark, like, oh, yeah, it's because I applied for disability, and maybe he's a Trumper, whatever, Republican, that they don't want to. I found it very difficult to find anyone in this town that actually takes Medicaid insurance, so I'm stressed with that. Going to speak to a lawyer tomorrow with my mom. Yeah, guess he wants that damn Social Security back check so bad that he's actually hunting for it, which he's entitled to it. Thing is that his credit's expired. What is the lawyer going to do? The lawyer's going to appeal, but he wants that check so bad, I think, that he doesn't even give a chance for SSI. And if he appeals it, no SSI money either. I mean, literally, this is just basically a real crapshoot. Make sure my coffee's dripping properly. I mean, I love Higgins deeply. I'm not going to deny him to go to the lawyer. I just think it was too early to go to the lawyer. But then again, what do I know? I'm not a damn Social Security expert either. Like Higgins thinks. Yeah, I think Higgins doesn't think I'm an expert. I've got Aaron on disability. I got Chloe on disability. I got several people, many people that are needed it on. And yet this is the biggest complicated case I've ever seen, and that's what's really weird about me. People say, well, why is it bothering you? It bothers me because frankly it's the biggest case that has never been cracked, and every time I turn around there's something odd going down the list. I mean, what's he doing? What's the lawyer for? Is it to go sue the doctors? They didn't discriminate. He didn't want to sign a form, so they terminated him. But then again, Dad said this, and Zoe didn't say it, but I know Zoe's thinking it. I can sense what Zoe's thinking. And there's more to the story than meets the eye, probably, is what Zoe's saying. I mean, literally, he waited and waited and waited, and they terminated him. Now he's going to a lawyer today. I mean, literally, doesn't make sense, Doesn't make sense, but still, you got to basically think, what's going on. I mean, literally, I did read you guys that Zoe gave her opinion, doctors can't terminate if they wish. I mean, it's in there basically thing. If there's a problem they can't solve together, blah, 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 or something will terminate. I mean, literally, this is the world we live in. I mean, literally, let's just say it this way. So if Higgins is watching, which he's probably not likely, I don't want to piss off anyone again. But technically, if Higgins is watching, the doctor could terminate at any given time. Plain and simple. Because of it, who do we got here? Swarth. It was much better before Biden. Actually, I was just going to say something to that effect. Welcome, Swarton. The problem is like I said, I'm helping Higgins out, but I can't do everything. I mean, literally, sometimes I get headaches because of it. I mean, like yesterday, did you see my email? Yes, I did, but why should I reply to it? I mean, literally, there's more to the story than meets the eye. If the doctor in Michigan's Democrat and Higgins is Republican, could have been a spat about who's the best president coming out or whatever. We don't know the whole story. We're getting Higgins' side. I didn't do anything wrong. Okay, so you didn't do anything wrong. Let's play devil's advocate here. Why? Politics, maybe. Or maybe they just don't want to take Medicaid anymore. I mean, Medicaid pays very little. I mean, in this state, let's just say the state of Washington can't find anyone. Here's a story, okay, for y'all. Zoe loves the stories, right? Zoe says she loves my stories. There's transgendered people that come to me, I'm an advocate to a point, but I tell them to advocate for themselves. I don't want to deal with it. But anyways, the story goes that they come to me and they say, oh, I can't get insurance to pay for my facial surgery. It's not a life-death threatening illness. Well, I didn't get my vagina surgery. It's not a life-threatening surgery. Well, if I don't get it, blah, blah, blah. Oh, they're not paying for my boob job. Well, guess what? The truth is on that is it's not life-threatening, but in the transgendered people's eyes, it is. The problem is truly because I'm an advocate, some trannies will come here and say, oh, you're wrong, is Medicaid and Medicare doesn't pay crap. So say someone gets approved for lower surgery on Medicare, say it's a man-made schlong dong. I know Zoe loved that one. The schlong dong. It's literally like $500,000. Medicare will pay like $1,000, or Medicaid. Medicare may pay like 80% supposedly, but then you're still stuck with a huge stiff bill. So that's the pun there, the stiff bill. Anyway, see, I got a little humor today, but truthfully, they aren't paying Medicare. You go to someone and they say, "What's your insurance?" Medicare. Oh, well, Medicare doesn't cover mental unless you're ending up in a mental hospital. Medicaid pays for it all, but eventually Medicaid doesn't want to pay if you're stuck in a mental hospital 500 times. They say, "Oh, you've been hospitalized 500 times. When will we stop?" So the big picture here for all of you is it's a Medicaid thing. That or it's a Republican, Democrat spat, or it's something else, you know. I mean, Swerton's right, basically. It could have been it was better before Biden to a point. I mean, being under the trans umbrella, when they said things like, you know, Swerton, oh, you know, I live on an island. Okay, so you don't know my story, but the Catholic hospital here, they don't care. They'll run $500,000 in tests and basically stick it on Medicare. Medicare will deny it all. And then they're like, we want $500,000. Then you got to go and fight them. And then finally, when they say, oh, then Medicare said, why are you doing these tests? These don't have any relevance to her heart trouble. And they're like, oh, well, oh. You know, some of them are like chromosome tests. Some of them are DNA tests. Some of them are this and some of them that's. Like, I didn't authorize it. I mean, literally, the Catholic hospital, if they want to screw you over, they'll screw you over, you know. But to other people, you know, I have several friends that are Jehovah's Witness. One of the Catholic hospital found out that they're Jehovah's. They got basically crapped on. You're Mormon, you get crapped on if it's Catholic hospital, you know. So, point is you're right completely, you know. When it came to, you know, but again, you know, the thing is the thing is look what they're doing. They're trying. I mean, I'm giving an example. Okay, transgender healthcare. Blacks are entitled, you know, to healthcare too, you know, and other education, you know. Instead, you know, they're like taking away everything, you know, and people say, oh, well, you know, the Democrats are throwing this into the Republicans' face, and the voters are saying, well, blacks are being suppressed, Hispanics are being suppressed, transgender people. The country is so divided. I keep telling people to Swerton to basically prep, because we don't know what the hell's going to happen in this world. For all we know, hell's going to freeze over, you know. So, anyways, apparently Higgins emailed me. Didn't answer the lawyer thing, by the way, you know, but, you know. Sorry, I'm just answering Higgins, my moderator. He's like, I don't have time to go to the ER for my chest pain, so I don't have slow mode, dink mode. I got to go to just keep scanning away because, you know, so for some of you guys wondering what happened with him, you know, I'll tell you what happened. Probably this weekend. I mean, I don't have the finances to pay the $25. And remember what I said, Mark. I'm down. I think I'm down to like 14 hours free this month. So, you know. So the reason I'm not doing StreamYards with you is because I need. You see, if someone's gonna donate to StreamYards, then they can, but I don't know how it works for donations, you know, because I don't really want to pay $25 because, you know, Chris wants StreamYards too, but I'm not paying for it. That thing, I refuse to pay StreamYards for other people to use it unless they're willing to join. I mean, if Zoe's joining, I'll pay the $25. But if Zoe's not joining, I ain't paying anything, you know. No offense to Zoe, who's watching me on the TV here at TV Rita this morning, or Swerton, who joined, you know. It's nice to meet you, Swerton, by the way. I'm Rita. So, basically, you know, the thing is let me give Mark and Swerton and the rest of the breakdown of what happened the other day. So last Saturday, Higgins emailed me, and I had to call him up early in the morning. I was gaming before bed. And then he got off the phone with me, and then he got a letter that said why he was disabled, you know, why he was turned down for disability insurance. One was his credits expired. Now, Higgins is like, I have all the work credits. I'm taking this to a lawyer. I told Higgins, take it to the lawyer, screw over the SSI part. But I guess he's determined to win and think he can get it within a month, which they'll basically drag it out till he's retired. And the other thing is I'll tell you another reason the doctor could basically deny him. Literally, beside the whole thing about him throwing a temper tantrum in the thingy, or refusing to sign the paper, was quote unquote he was on being uncooperative. Doctors don't like uncooperative. And second is when he told me the story about getting recerted for the food stamps, and he had they gave him cash assistance while waiting for his disability, right? His SSI claim, because he got denied disability insurance because he hasn't the credits and they don't have any diesel fume injury on file. So he was going to talk to his primary care yesterday about the diesel fume injury, I assume, mildly. Instead, the doctor kicked him out. Told him to find a new doctor, which, as you all know, is pretty crappy. So let me tell you the story, okay? So because of it, he turns around, and he's determined to get his benefits he's due, right? The thing is he didn't apply for disability until 9 years later. His credits expired. We understand that part, right, Mark? You understand it, right, Mark? So what happens is he says I'm being selfish or not supportive of him getting a disability insurance. The thing is, he's got 5 years to retirement, okay? The kicker is if he goes to level 1 appeal right now, it's he's denied. So level 1 appeal, he's going to be waiting for an appeal adjuster 1, which will take and look over his case. And if he gets denied again, the lawyer might think that there's something else. I mean, literally, the lawyer will request all his files and condense it. And by the time he gets to an administrative law judge, he could basically be on level appeal 3, right, as the administrative law judge, which means then it goes to a doctor on appeal 2. The appeal 2 looks at it and says, oh, not disabled. And then it goes to level 3. Level 3 is the administrative law judge, which would take years. By the time it does, what happens? He's on retirement. So I told him if he gets SSI to do it, but he's determined to get that Social Security, whatever, and he says he's disabled since he was 5. He's got all this info saying, well, he's disabled at 5, but the law rule is if you don't apply before you're 22, or your parents don't apply at 5 years old for his hearing disabilities or his hearing deafness, then you don't get any money. So technically, when he went to high school, he went to college, he's got degrees, something like that. So they're looking at his education, his work history, and then the welfare office the other day, this was Friday of last week, last week, said, how are you paying your property taxes? How are you paying your bills? He said, oh, Uncle Joe and Uncle Don stimulus checks. Like the lady on the other end, and then he's panicking. Someone's taking photos of his house and his garage open. The thing is, they could be investigating him because they don't understand how he can live 9 years, and still pay his taxes for all we know, or it could be something else. The point is, no one freaking knows. I mean, literally, Dad said there's something not right stirring the Kool-Aid, but to me, I'm open-minded. That thing, I know he is a little better, but the thing is something ain't right. What is this? Oh, Szechuan sauce. I wonder what that was. It's kind of like cherry sauce, but Szechuan. So, you see, so he gets denied. Now he's going to a lawyer tomorrow, and he didn't even listen to my advice. Wait till the denial of SSI and then get him. Then go to the lawyer. Instead, he's going straight to the lawyer because of his determination. He wants to basically prove me wrong, I think. Where's Chloe at? She's in her room right now, getting ready to go to the store. And honestly, Mark, I would really like to see Higgins prove me wrong. I do. But I've dealt with Social Security for 40 years and helped so many people. I know Social Security better than most. I mean, literally, they basically ran a tight ship when it came to his case. And literally, now he thinks that because he's denied Social Security, they kicked him off of the PCP and he can't find a Medicaid provider. So, to me, all the best. I mean, literally, I hope he finds what he's looking for. I mean, I've given him the advice, but, like what I say in some of my vids, right, Mark? People don't want to listen to me. Oh, well, it's their loss. So I got to ask, Brother Mark. See, I'm smiling. Gotta ask. You still addicted to those chocolate cake Hershey cakeys that you always buy and eat? Because I haven't heard you talk about those lately. Last time I talked, you had to get off the damn phone for them. Uh, hold on. There, I had to say it. I mean, I am an honest woman, right? So I basically said, this is what I said to Higgins. Told you to follow my advice. Wait for SSI. If denied SSI, then go for the full throttle of the train. Full throttle of the train. Not till then. Are you that determined to not follow the advice? Wait for SSI. Denial. Yeah. See, that's the thing. I mean, literally. I mean, what do you guys think, Mark, Zoe? Well, what do you guys think? You, the viewers. I mean, literally, this is stuff I got to deal with every day. Yeah, well, at least you're trying, that. But here's the story, Marco. So he applies in February, right? I got the letter still, I think, on file still, I think. Let me see. Do I still have it? Yeah, I think I saved it to my computer so I can share it with you. Let me read you what it says. Okay, there's a couple sections, right? So basically, no, yeah, he sent me that. How we see you're disabled. It's under downloads. Okay, here we go. All right, so it says the SSDI letter. Here you go. All right, let me read this to you, Mark. This is really interesting. What the fuck? Why is the edge opening again? Oh, you gotta be kidding me, son of a bitch. Open it up in freaking Chrome, you dillwads. Not opening it at Edge. So go open with Chrome. There we go. Okay, so it says first part of the letter says we follow the works. They work for the state, but the state works for us and the rules, right? Then it says here, decision refers to SSDI benefits. This is not our SSDI. Doesn't mean. Then it says you'll get a separate letter about your SSI, Social Security, your supplemental security income payment. So he's probably approved for that, right? Then it says you can apply for a new application, blah, 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 and then he goes down the list. And then finally it says right here, information about substantial. So they're saying he still can do substantial work instead of sitting at home, even with anxiety, depression, his disabilities, which aren't that severe. But I'll read you the denial part on the bottom here. It's really short, right? It says, you said you were disabled at 7/20/2013 because of hearing impaired, deaf in right ear, 80% in the left ear, spinal meningitis issues from childhood, sleep apnea, loss of concentration, ADHD, asthma, ATD, whatever that is, herniated disc in the lower back, nerve pain, and legs cannot walk or sit for a long period. But seems he likes his rocking chair all the time. See, I'm making fun of him, being funny, but this is serious, okay? In order to be entitled for benefits, your condition must be found to be severe prior to 12/31. That's when his credits ran out. The evidence in file is not sufficient to fully evaluate your claim. and the evidence needed cannot be obtained. We have determined your condition was not disabling on any date through 12/31/2018. When you were last insured, that's when his credits ran out, for your disability benefits. In deciding this, we considered the medical records, your statements, and how your condition affected your ability to work. You see, they say in his letter that he can still work, right? He can still work. He just doesn't want to. He doesn't have the mentality to it. He claims, he's got hearing problems, which is understandable. Hearing problems, you got to be careful. It's a dangerous world. But he's got walking problems, breathing problems, all this stuff. And then, 2 days later, emails me, like on the weekend saying something about diesel fumes. Oh, my diesel fume injury ain't there. But when he went to go talk to the doctor about it yesterday, they terminated him. As Zoe said, the doctors can terminate. And, so he gets terminated, and now he's got this big mess. So he's going to see a lawyer tomorrow. He won't follow my advice because I said, just wait. I mean, literally, if he goes and appeals it, he loses his SSI. They'll look over the whole case and say, denied. And then they might just run him through the ringer and then basically say, oh, you want to appeal it again? Okay, and 18 months later, denied. Then the administrative law judge, by the time he gets to approve, the judge will look it over, and by the time he gets in, they literally can basically walk this until he's retired now. Because think of how the government works; they're going to walk it for 5 years due to the fact that they're going to make it. They're all working at home, so he's not priority. So by the time he stacks everything up for the judge, by the time they do it, they'll be like, you qualify for retirement. Or they might just say, because you didn't apply early retirement 62, he could just keep going and try to be like, oh, I'm disabled, 90, by the time he goes and applies, they'll be like, oh, you're retired, so here's your retirement. Literally the thing is so, the thing is, no one wants to listen to my advice. I've dealt with Social Security for a long time, so technically, Chloe's disabled, so she's on Social Security disability insurance. Remember, I got her on it, Mark. Thing is I've dealt with Social Security for so long that, the thing is they're going to walk this. I mean, literally, he's so determined. He wants to put me in my place, I think. Thing is I know Social Security better than him. Chloe's already on disability. If he just listened, I said, look, usually it's rubber stamp for hearing impairment, but they don't see it that way. I mean, literally, apparently you have to follow the hearing problems. And then you have to follow this problem, then the breathing problems, and then all these things stacked up. They have a blue book for everything, how to follow it. He's just sitting there going, oh, well, my disability credits, it was dissolved, and, this is wrong. Well, the thing is, you have to have a damn good reason why you didn't apply in that time frame. He doesn't. I mean, he can try. I mean, I told him to go see a lawyer after the SSI thing, but the lawyer decides to push it. I mean, best of luck, Thing is I've given him the advice. It's all up to him, So, you have a couple boxes. How much do those cakeys cost anyways, Mark? Have you still been prepping? I've been waiting for my supplies to come in, I ordered a lot of canned meats this month, because, did you hear about the meat problem, Mark? I bet you haven't. So let me tell you about the meat problem. So, right now, our president's patting himself on the back, saying, oh, yes, look, our meat prices are gone. He's not saying the whole story that there's a mega drought in the Midwest, which means there's no feed to feed the cows. And because there's no feed to pay the livestock, they're slaughtering them all. But in 2023, you might go to the store and you might see your hamburger at $50 a pound for hamburger. So you might want to prepare for higher meat prices, not to mention that, they're trying to raise the inflation, so people go run over to the Republican side saying inflation's high. Thing is, if they just sit there and say, oh, we got to get inflation under control, we're going to raise it, and it doesn't work. We're going to raise it again. It doesn't work. We're going to raise it again. Eventually, the Republican in the Treasury Secretary's office is going to cripple this country. The fact he keeps raising it, And then what happens, right? Since I'm on Zoe's big TV, I have to say this. Sorry, Zoe. Excuse me, Zoe, miss. Can you make me my lunch? I'm hungry. Oh, I know. They're raising it again. They say they're going to raise it 0.75 percentage point. Thing is, they're going to keep raising it till the freaking country goes completely collapses because the prices are too high. I mean, literally, if they're going to get even one way or another with the Democrats, and the way they're doing it, they're going to raise prices. They got three things going for them: one, gun control, or they're using it saying, "Oh, if the Democrats win this election, gun control," and you're going to have higher prices of gas. Well, no one's driving anywhere, so the gas prices are low, but that doesn't mean they can start raising prices on drinks. No offense, Mark's sitting there, drinks. Zoe went to a bar recently and sat on a chair, a couch, and each couch, apparently, from what Zoe said, I don't know the whole story, but the story is she sat on a couch. She said, "What that makes the difference? What couch she sat on?" Well, the server was saying the different colored couches are different color pricing or some stupid thing. So apparently, she got charged $83 for a drink, $83 for a Kettle One and lemonade. Sorry to say, but Zoe, for $81, you can send me 2 bottles of that Jane Walker, and I'd be happy as a clam. Yeah, and has anyone noticed booze prices hasn't gone up at all? It's freaking food prices. Anything that's non-essential has stayed the same. I mean, literally, I was talking to someone the other day about that. Non-essential items have gone down, but everything else went up. So for you preppers out there, I hope you're paying attention. Water's gone up, food's gone up. Your toiletries, shampoo, conditioner, body wash, bar soap, bath sponges, dish soap, laundry fabric softener, everything else, because no one's buying portable TVs, tents, lanterns, stoves, etc. Think about it. So the San Juan Island prepper knows what they're talking about. Think of it. I mean, literally think about this. I mean, you got so much going down the pipe, it ain't even funny. And yet people say, "Oh, well, what are you going to do about it?" I don't know. You tell me. Which reminds me, is my pipe tobacco still available? I don't remember if it is or isn't. Anyways, $3 a box, higher prices. Yeah, I know that's higher prices. That's the problem. Everything's a higher price. I mean, literally, I just went, the other day, Chloe goes out and eats all the time, right? She eats out all the time. And the other day, she comes back. I already told you, Mark, the whole thing about the Max Out. Oh, God, that stuff's nasty. That stuff is nasty galore. It's like nasty as nasty can be. Got an email came in, too. Didn't even hear it come in. It's like, doo-doo. Nah, nothing, not Higgins. Higgins is ignoring me now that I told him to follow my advice. That's the thing. No one wants to listen. I mean, if Zoe was going to apply for disability, I bet you Zoe would basically listen carefully. But instead, she's like, she doesn't need disability. But you get my point, right? Now, the nearest McDonald's is probably like, I don't know, 20 miles. You got to take the boat out of the harbor and get to Anacortes, and it's like 5 miles up the hill. So you're looking at, I don't know. I can Google it, actually. It'll tell exactly on Google Maps how far it is. So I got 1 hour, 57 minutes to my appointment. So Google Maps. So the McDonald's in Anacortes. Anacortes, here we go. Ding, ding. And then we go to directions. Home. So it's 24 miles, Mark. So give or take, I said about 20 miles, but it's 24 miles to the McDonald's. So it's 24 miles right there to the McDonald's by boat. So you gotta go by boat, then you take a bus up there just to go to McDonald's. If I was gonna go that far, I'd say, Chloe, give me a damn pizza at Little Caesars. Pizza. You know. Get rid of the damn crap out of my mouth. The dust balls. There we go, my mouse works better. Ha ha! Yeah, it's 24 miles. You gotta remember, I live on an island. They're not going to allow us to have McDonald's. The townsfolk want you to pay $25 for a hamburger here on the island, not $3 over for McDonald's. They put in a McDonald's and Burger King would move in, then Dairy Queen. Then the entire island's infrastructure would basically collapse. Yeah, so the thing is they don't want that. They want these mom and pop shops, and the mom and pop shops are doing shitty. The other day, Chloe did a review on fish and chips for me. Oh my God, the fish and chips are the best on the island. Now they're the shittiest. I mean, literally. And then someone said to me the other day, do you want us to buy you fish and chips? No. Do you want fish and chips? No. And the reason for it is the price. Think of it. For you preppers out there, you got to ask yourself, do you want prepping and live a long time during a prepping situation, or do you want to freaking die by deciding to eat fast food or spend $50 for a meal? I mean, literally, it's $50 out the door anyway. Look at it for a meal. The other day, Chloe and I were talking, right? True story. And I wanted, Higgins knows me. He likes to poke me. He's a damn badger. I could say that. Damn moderator Higgins the badger. And he kept poking me. And I'm a polar bear, by the way. So I basically fought back. I was like, rrr. And so he literally, was like, oh, the bear, he's always poking the bear and annoying the bear. Likes to poke the bear with his 4-foot stick. So anyway, so the other day I was craving a steak. A steak, mind you. Tasty, yummily steaky. Porterhouse. So what happened? So Chloe goes out and finds me a steak. But before she does, she calls up one place. Sold out. They wanted like $40 for a rib steak. Calls up another place. Sold out. Calls up a third place. Sold out. Finally, out of all the things in the world, people, finally, what happens? She finally calls me on the phone. She says, hey, Rita, the boat ride's like $7, but that's when you return to the island. Going off island, it's free. And it's coming back, they charge like $8 for a disabled person. Then if you have a motorbike, Mark, they'll charge you like $40 for the motorbike. If you're disabled, it might be like $28. So you get disabled rights, But when me and Chloe drove over there, it cost me $400 plus hot dogs. But anyways, let me tell you the story, okay, to finish up. So Chloe goes to this place. And she says, we'd like a steak. Last place on the list. $109 market price. She says, it better be Wagyu for that price. And this guy turned and said to her as he was leaving, basic steak, $109, not worth it. Chloe calls me on the phone and says, how about we just order you a steak at the grocery store? She goes in, finds steaks. She buys me one. I buy me one. I cooked up my steaks right now. Well, you leaving?
Yep.
Take the phone. Give me something before you leave. Turd
Give
nugget.
What?
I need my card.
Okay.
Therapist wants it, so when
I'm only going to be buying what we need, the soap and that.
Okay, and for all you guys out there, I'm setting this up for Chloe real quick. She's going to take this so she can talk to me. Mark doesn't know this. This is Chloe's, I guess. This one's mine. Because I keep the volume up so I can hear it. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Welcome. All right, I'm headed out.
Right.
But it is to, I will be losing $14 eventually soon.
Well, how much is left on your card? Because I'm
like
really
over 300. I don't know.
Good. We'll talk about finance and get back gift cards and the groceries you want me to order on Amazon.
Yeah, but I'm going to be $14 less in a few days because of ESO.
Testing.
I hear you.
What do you think, Mark?
I'm gonna throw his red maple leaves out there so they can decompose.
You take Moppy out yet?
Yeah, I'll have to do it when I get back.
So are you going back out again tonight, or are you staying in after this?
Staying in and cleaning.
All right, guess that works. You know, tomorrow when you go out, if you go out early enough tomorrow, you might want to grab 2 gallons of milk. Just keep 2 gallons at a time.
Okay. I was going to do food bank today, but I figure I'll wait till Saturday.
Do we really need food bank with all the food we got stocked in the fridge?
Yeah, we don't need it.
Right. I'll see you when you get back then.
See you when I get back.
Yeah, they crap out at a mile, you know. Don't forget, you're supposed to get your GSM license from the FCC. Still waiting for her to do that, too. Thank God she's leaving for a bit. I can actually vent to you, Mark. And for...
I remember that.
And the gift card. And you have to go to the post office eventually. He's being good. Right, Marky? He's doing good. Little Bun Bun. So if you guys need to know, that's a bird cage and it's got a rabbit in it. Little Bun Bun. He's just happy. He's got his food. Wish we could clean him up a bit. So anyways, yeah. Yeah, you know Bun Bun. Yeah, Bun Bun. Little Bun Bun. So anyways, oh, got another email. Hopefully that therapist email soon. Nope. So Higgins is on ignore mode again because I think he's angry at the fact that I told him to wait. You know, that's the thing. He doesn't want to wait. I mean, literally. What do you think, Mark? I'm going to go use the little girl's room real quick. I like to joke about that. Actually, got to use the bathroom, not the little girl's room, the bathroom. You know, some call it the men's room, the John, whatever. I'm going to use the toilet for a second. So while you do that, let me know what you think of the thing with Higgins. You know, what do you think? I mean, honestly, I read you the thing with his letter that he sent me. I also told you he's going to a lawyer tomorrow. Do you think he's too determined? Do you think he's going to screw himself? What do you think? Give me your opinion. I'd like to hear your opinion. Moppy. So I checked my balance today, right, Mark? Actually, I actually checked my balance. I was like, what the fuck? You know, and I told Chloe, I said the rent and this, right? $500 went down the toilet quickly, right? I said, how the hell did we spend $500? Oh, well, you wanted to do this and that. No, I didn't. Literally. So I think she's basically using my card, buying groceries, and then hiding the receipts. Because frankly, it just doesn't make sense. I mean, literally, you know how frugal I am. I'm so frugal on Mike Higgins, I'll squeak when I walk. Hold on.
I'm here.
You need what? Come back?
Yeah, what?
You radioed mute. Can I help you with something, Jerry?
I'm not sure if you want.
I didn't say anything. I better clip this somewhere where I don't have it going off. He might be determined, but he might just throw his entire case into jeopardy too, you know. Yeah, but the thing is, he can't get it over with. I mean, look, here's what happens, okay? Let me just tell you the whole story, okay, Mark? I'll get your opinion again. He basically found out if he appeals the disability insurance, the SSI claim, if it's gone through, will freeze, which means I'll go through his entire case, which means he gets no money. Meanwhile, with no money, he could lose his house. He thinks he could just push a button and have Social Security disability within a week. The problem is the lawyer's got to get his case, look it over, see if he's got a case, hear his claim. His credit's expired, this happened, that happened. Instead, I told him, wait until he gets denied SSI. But no, he's going to go with his mom tomorrow. The other day he was throwing it. He doesn't want to SSI because he can lose his inheritance with his dad. I mean, literally, Dad said to me the other day, "Oh, that sounds shady, you know." But the point is I love Higgins dearly as a sister with a brother, you know. Well, you know this, and I know this. I mean, we had to go through an administrative law judge that turned it down. The only reason why we appealed Chloe's for the administrative law judge is she finally released her files. When she did, Social Security looked it over and said, "Oh, you're still in the time frame when you last worked in 2016. It was 2020. Here you go. Bam. Checks. You know the checks. You were there when the retros came in. You were there as my moderator, Mark. Higgins thinks, oh, well, the lawyer will get it done in probably a week. No, it won't. Takes 2 to 3 weeks or more for Social Security. And if the lawyer has to pay out of his own pocket, he's going to charge $6,000 minimum just to get that. I mean, I think it's like now like $8,000 out of the retro check. And if Higgins gives everything, they review it, it could go to the administrative law judge. And by the time he gets to it, it'll be like, you're too late. Lawyer might fire him because he's almost ready to retire. I mean, literally, I love Higgins dearly, but truthfully, Mark, I don't think he can win on the disability. They're going to give him SSI because he lost his credits because he applied 9 years later. 9 years, Higgins, or Mark, 9 years. He got disabled supposedly in 2013, but he claims he was disabled at 5. But if he was disabled at 5, he would have been getting money. But his mom didn't know the system, so he can't. You shouldn't. His attitude is, you shouldn't be persecuting my mother and my father for not knowing the system at 5 years old. Thing is, they don't want you to know the system. And then when I tell him this, he gets kind of mad and be like, "Oh, we're disabled since 5. You were disabled at 5 and you couldn't work at 5. You should have been on disability at 5. Should have been reapplied at 18 and should have stayed on at 18. You're almost 50 years, 57. You got 5 years to retirement. Look what happens, you know." So to me, I'm like, you know, the thing is the system's not right. Excuse me for 1 second. I need to figure something out. I think I got a rash growing again, so that means that eventually when Chloe gets the bar soap tomorrow, I'll take a bath. You know, which I can always. Oh yeah, I can't. She's got to go out again. She's like, make a list. Well, I can't make a list. I need my card for the therapist appointment. You know, but still, you know, she's like, make a list. It's a long process. I worry about Higgins dearly. I really do. But the thing is, he can't just ram it down their throat now when he's still basically waiting for the SSI claim. I mean, he's jeopardizing the entire SSI claim because he's determined he wants $1,800 a month instead of $841. I mean, everyone tells me, and I've talked to a Social Security adjuster in this state that says if he doesn't claim the $841, he can lose his house, he can lose his car, he can lose everything because he's determined to get what something that he claims is his. The government is already determined he can still work. He can sit in a desk because he's an IT man. He can sit on a desk, he can fix computers. It's simple. That's why they basically denied him. He could still do his job. But he said, you know, Higgins said to me, I told the guy that technology changes. Yeah, but they can retrain you. Thing is they didn't even offer to retrain. They just basically turned around. It was like, you know, you're denied on disability insurance or not enough. And now he thinks, no offense, Mark, he thinks that the SSI people, his claim was just denied. Now his doctor doesn't have to deal with him. Oh, the doctor must have got a kickback. Well, maybe the doctor got a kickback. Let's do a conspiracy theory here. Doctor finds out you're a Republican. You're a Trumper. She doesn't like you. She fires you because you throw a fit because you think that the notice is a deep state notice that you're supposed to sign for. I mean, literally, we don't know what's going through Higgins' head. If there was a movie inside Higgins' head, we could understand Higgins, but we don't. For all we know, Higgins could be 4 or 5 people inside a control room, like the movie, that one Disney Pixar movie. You know what? Not Up. It was what was that movie called? The Disney movie. It was called Inside Out, you know, where you got 5 little people living in your head, you know, and you got like joy and happiness and anger and depression and, scared, and it's like the old TV show Inside Herman's Head, and it's like, oh, I love that. I like sex, the fat guy always talking about porn, sex, and things, and I mean, we don't know what's inside inside Higgins' head. I mean, we could make a movie about it. I could make a movie about it. Me and Zoe could basically do it inside Higgins' head. Hell, we could probably do a movie inside Zoe's head. Of course, we already know what's inside Mark's head. It's a little guy in a control panel going, chocolate cakeys. See, the bear is swatting back today. Loving it, but still being kind of funny when it comes to the swatting the marquee when it comes to the whatsies, He can't have it over with. I mean, literally. I mean, look. Here's how I see things, okay? I love Higgins dearly. I really do. He's an awesome person. The way I see Higgins is, if you're this determined, Social Security is going to deny you. Thing is literally, they don't have any proof, and he just lost his doctor, and he can't find a PCP. Maybe they denied him in the entire town because they don't want to deal with him. Have you ever thought about that? I mean, look, Mark. Damn good and well, and this is, damn good and well that they could have denied him and then spilled the beans throughout his entire town that don't deal with this guy. He's, maybe he's a Trumper, maybe he's racist, maybe he's hypochondriac or whatever. You know what I mean? They can basically stack up things, and doctor, he says, oh, I'm trying to get, and they say, oh, okay, well, we can look into it, and then they deny him based on his name, or maybe it's true, Medicare, they're not taking Medicaid. Doctors don't want to take Medicaid. I mean, literally, doctors don't want to take Medicaid, and they fired him. The doctor fired him because he was not going to sign a form, because he thought if he signed the form, the doctor would terminate him. So then when he did sign it reluctantly, remember I read you that part in the email today, Mark, they fired him. And they said that was a waste of the tax. I mean, look, let's put it let's put it to you this way, okay, Mark. If you went to your PCP and they needed you to sign a simple form and you didn't do it by email and you're reluctant and you're arguing with them and you're not cooperating, then when you do get in, the doctor fires you. Whose fault is it? Yours for arguing and not being cooperative? Or theirs because, well, they don't want to take a guy in Medicaid anymore, so they're using whatever they can. And then he says, oh, I got denied, so because I was denied, it's harder. Thing is, if you were denied a PCP, and by the way, if he was denied, okay, Higgins doesn't know that he's got copies of his records. The hospital can make those records magically disappear too, whereas diesel fume injury, I mean, the clinic, the hospital, whatever, they could just make that disappear and say it never happened. It's in his head. You know this as well as I do. We don't know what is what when it comes to old Higgins. That's the thing. Higgins, the old man. He's Higgins is the man. Well, Higgins is the man, but still, the point is we don't know. I mean, look, Higgins was determined to use his gift cards for a radio that he was determined to use that is a ham radio. And by the way, under FCC Section 97, if you use a ham radio that also uses MERS, FRS, and GMRS, it interferes. The FCC can fine you heavily because of it. I mean, literally, I asked the proper questions on the radio forum. I asked the proper questions on Amazon. Literally, he's like a rebel. He doesn't get his way. The thing is the ham radio. Oh, I want to know how they work. I'd like to know how radios work too. I just want to use it. Why do you think I'm getting my ham license? Fortunately, the point is Mark Higgins is the man. Thing is, I gave him advice. Wait for your SSI. If you fuck this up, you don't get any money. Then you're screwed. I mean, literally, they're not going to look, Mark. Literally, as well as I do, right? You said it's a long process, right? Long process. Do you think he'll get it done within 5 years before they switch him to retirement? No. They're going to switch him to retirement before he even gets on SSI because he's, screwing up. By the way, I don't like these peanuts, by the way. These peanuts, I was going to buy a couple cases, so I bought some. These peanuts suck, man. They don't even taste like the originals. You know why they don't taste like the original? As a kid? Sea salt. They had to go to sea salt. Apparently, they can get a better deal at cheaper sea salt than iodine sea salt or iodine salt. Yeah, there's a lot of red tape. I don't like these. And so my opinion is to you, Mark, is it worth throwing away SSI to get a better check? You're not playing second fiddle. I mean, literally. And what would you do? You don't apply for 9 years. You don't have your credits. They tell you don't have your credits. They expire. And now they want to say that he was disabled since he was 5, or disabled at 2013 when he's still disabled. And I forget the paperwork. But all of a sudden, his doctor fires him. Now he thinks it's a conspiracy. You think it's a conspiracy? No. Don't cooperate, you get fired. Mm. Mm-hmm. I don't like them. I think they made it so sea salt's more addictive. Yeah, go ahead. Take care. I, of course, am just staying because I can't leave because Zoe's supposed to be back. I would like to go. I got other things to do too, but she's got me on her TV she's writing. She should have been finished by 3 pages by now. But writers are. Take it easy, Mark. New iPhone. This might be an interesting read. iPhone what? 14? Every year they start a new generation of iPhones. Every year it goes higher price. And every year, idiot wants it. Yep. 6.1, 6.7. 12 megapixel main camera, 12. And 8 all that. Wow. So now they want, I don't know. Yep, there you go. So, the news of the day, iPhones. Yep. Oh, wow. So, a guy in Maryland threatened Ted Cruz. Now he's being federally charged. I thought it's not a federal crime. No offense, Ted Cruz. I thought it was only a federal crime to make threats against the president. I guess it's a federal crime now because the guy's a Republican. See the crap that's coming along in the world? Mm-hmm. Hmm. Secret about these nuts, they put sea salt in it, so it's more addictive than regular salt. Mm-hmm. That's the truth. Mm-hmm. So, you preppers out there? You prepping on? Let's see. Let's see this. This might be interesting. I always like to look at this. Best fly rods for 2022. I'm a fly fisher, so feel free to have them. So look. Crap. Only 3. Come on, dude. Oh. All the way in the bottom. You gotta be kidding me. Let me go to the bottom one. Let me do it. Because I ain't even bothering. So, move fly fisher, Personally, I don't know what dry roasted really means. That'd be a good question to Google. What is dry roasted peanuts? Well, we got honey roasted, and I'm like, yeah. Or honey roasted peanuts or whatever it is. So, anyways, just waiting around. No way. So, seasoning and hot water. So, we say hot water and seasoning. I'm gonna give 5 reviews. What's the reviews on these? I'd like to see them. 4 1-star reviews. So, the reviews on these cans, everyone's funny for preppers. Apparently, it's saying it's curvy like a woman's body, the jar, and then this is curvy like a woman's down below. Oh, God. And they're saying these don't have flavor. They don't. Always ask me, oh, do you want? The only thing they make it is addictive because of the sea salt. But otherwise, these things have no flavor. Cashews got flavor, but these don't have any flavor. And frankly, I can't recommend these unless it's an emergency. Plain and simple. All right. Since I got Ducky on I'm on Ducky's TV. What's up, Ducky? Now these are expensive, man. These were expensive. I was having some cashews earlier. Told myself when I'm going to the store, probably about 2 gallons of milk and then a jar of cashews. That'd be my purchase for 3 or 4 days. So I was Chloe and I said, Chloe. Said, Chloe, what's the money? She said, no. I said, where's your can? She said, I ate it already. So he ate a whole can of Planters cashews. Honestly, they don't have any flavor either, and I'm tasting them. What happened in the old days? I'm not for tasty. These things don't have any flavor. And the prepper's kit, you need to get some nuts. Fortunately, only pistachios and macadamia is what I get. Nothing else. I tell you, I don't know. Personally, cashews should have more flavor. Again, people say to me, you sure you're not got coronavirus extended non-taste buds? Well, I remember in the old days. They're always watching me. Well, Ducky here. Love Rita stories. Even Joey probably remembers the good old days. You buy a jar of peanuts. Like the old days. Planters, peanuts in a glass jar. Mom would let me have those once a year as a treat. You're like, oh, whatever. Problem is, they tasted good. They were addictive. They had real salt in it. Now, sea salt. And then, you used to get jars and jars of mixed nuts, peanuts, everything else. Same thing. Tasty. Back in the day, cashews were perfect. Now, all sea salt everywhere you go. You see, the government thinks that are these places that make these nuts think that you're too stupid. You'll think sea salt's healthy. It's not healthier. It's the same equivalent sodium as regular salt. The difference is the problem is they wanted to get rid of it, paying more in the salts. Maybe it's the salt miners are having problems. No one knows, right? So what happens back in the day? You can go and get salted stuff. The other day I was buying some chips, right? I got them, bought them, went home and ate them. Chloe says, "Oh, you're eating a traditional bag of chips." I said, "These don't taste right." Chloe says, "Oh, well, I can eat some." So she tried them. Her answer was, "What the hell is this?" She reads it, sea salt. So she goes to the store now and she looks at stuff that doesn't have sea salt. They're transferring everything to sea salt. It's like, I want sea salt. I'll tell you why I want sea salt. You should give one for people who want sea salt and the others that want freaking regular salt. The thing is, eventually, I think the companies are going to completely fail. And that's a given truth. You can sit there and say, well, how do you know this? Trust me, I do. You know why? Because if you basically turn around, mind you, and you buy, quote unquote, the sea salt stuff, and you buy into it, you're giving in to sea salt because you, the government, think it's fine to have sea salt. I don't. I think it's basically a conspiracy. Sea salt and regular salt. Just give me the damn regular salt. I was at a restaurant the other day with breakfast a couple months ago with Chloe. Sit down. Lady asked me, "Do you want salt and pepper?" I said, "No, I don't use it." Some guy turned around, he's sitting in there. He says, "Good for you. The salt here is sea salt." I looked at the lady and I rolled my eyes. I was like, and she looked at me and she says, "I know." I was like, what the world coming to? First, you basically give us full bags of potato chips. Then you do 98. Then you slowly do it down. And now you're giving us less and less shrinkflation. If you're doing less and less, that means less and less money goes to you guys when I don't buy the products. I mean, literally, if they're going to basically make it so I get shrinkflation. I mean, literally, has anyone ever looked at shrinkflation from a prepper's point of view? You used to go and spend $15, $20 for a case of case of soup, like tomato soup, right, or chicken soup. But then all of a sudden, the chicken soup, right? Let me tell you this. Look at this, right? Less sodium, right? But if you read the soup, sea salt. I really want sea salt in my frickin' soup. And then they do it. Then they say, oh, well, we have to follow the government's guidelines on the soup. People are slowly whittling themselves away from canned soups. I know Kimmy loves soup, apparently. She's like, yeah, the problem is if you look at the soups, they're taking less sodium out. They took the maximum sodium out and making it less and less flavorful. People aren't buying it anymore. Some people say, oh, you know why soup's not selling? It's because it doesn't taste the same anymore. I remember opening up a can of soup as a kid. Cooking in the microwave and enjoying my dinners of soup dinner with sandwich. Nowadays, the soups don't even taste good. At least they didn't screw over the tomato soup, but they screwed over and they didn't screw over the mushroom soup, the chicken soup, the chicken star soup, the chicken ABC soup, all these other soups. They screwed it up to the point where unless you want to add more bouillon to your soup to make it work, I mean, the secret is if you really want to make a good chicken soup and you use that canned chicken noodle, you pop in a bouillon cube, let it dissolve it, and you throw your soup in there, or you cook your soup and then dissolve the bouillon cube until the cube's completely boiled. And then you turn it down and stir until the cube is fully dissolved. And then that's why I keep telling you people that preppers to keep keeping bouillon cubes on hand. That's one of your best staples out there. People say, well, when you're prepping, you need salt and pepper and that's it. No, you can basically use bouillon cubes. The secret to the bouillon cubes and garlic powder is simple. Make your soup, throw in a little garlic salt, throw in a little garlic powder, throw in some onion powder, throw in a bouillon cube, mix it all together and make your soup a little better. I mean, if you get jars and jars of bouillon, you might make a soup and be like, okay, a little extra salt. And if you're doing a family size or making a family thing of soup and sandwiches, and you make the sandwiches first and then you sear in the soups, you can sit there and be like, okay, I'm going to do this, a little sprinkle of garlic and a little sprinkle of onion and a bouillon cube. And your family will love you because they're not getting the bland flavor of the soup or you're tasting very little. And then you think you're a chicken noodle when you're eating chicken noodles, really tuna in a can. That's the thing. You eat this stuff and you think, oh, yeah, all it's gravy. But, did Chloe even try calling me? Nope. Took the phone, but she didn't call me. I'll see. So, you preppers out there need to basically realize, I'm checking to see if Zoe messaged me. Yeah, I don't want to see some whores. Mm-hmm.
Gentlemen, you can't fight in here. This is the war room.
Oh, Zoe, you're great. What was the other one you posted? Oh, the thing about the, yeah.
Having it up with Rita on Chicago radio. Stay tuned for more exciting entertainment.
Yeah, well, I guess I'm not that entertaining because Mark left, Zoe's writing, we got 4 people watching, and like I said, we're focusing on things. You guys, you preppers out there that tuned in, let me get the preppers list for you in the main comment. The preppers list is a model I made of stuff that you can buy if you're new to prepping because it would come in handy immensely. And that's something I want to follow through with, And I want to thank you all for tuning in today because you guys have been great. You guys have been really great. Here you go, Preppers list. So I'm going to just do this and then I'll save my clipboard. And my clipboard, I want to thank Kimmy for giving me the idea. Here you go. Here's your list for some of you. I will probably do a nightly edition tonight, depending on if I'm tired or if Fanny comes in. See, let me tell you about my channel for some of you noobs that just came in. We got Zoe watching. We got 4 others that haven't commented, right? 4 others, right? The new preppers out there that came in and saw the prepping thing. The thing is unless you guys are watching because of the YouTube TV thing and you think I'm entertainment, then welcome to the TV radio show. TV Rita show. Hold on. Breaker 06, Breaker 06, are you there, Viper? You're coming in faintly. Over. So, for some of you preppers out there that's tuned in, we are testing out the Midland FRS 50-mile range radios. They crap out at a mile. So, we're looking at options right now to extend it. So, for the testing available for prepping. So, you guys got a lot of prepping tips. one of the tips I want to share today with you is first up on the prepping list is for you noobs is to prep with water and food. Food number one, water second. Everything else is luxury. Think of it. Food's gonna go up in price. They're gonna raise the thingamabob again. The whatchamacallit, what's this? Depressing future of pubs. Okay, what's this article about pubs? I like a good pub. The soon to be insurmountable. This is for you, my brother Tone. Tone's from England, by the way. The soon to be insurmountable price of simply existing within the shit slurred waters of the UK is hopefully dubbed the cost of living crisis by journalists and politicians, which likely gives its vague natural disaster-y type vibe with no one in particular to blame. It's just one of those things that happens and will, of course, keep happening. You see? One of those things that happens, it keeps happening. You see, over here, they don't want to blame the people. Can't the Democrats aren't taking the blame. The Republicans want to blame the Democrats, and the president gets blamed. But truly, it's one of those facts of nature around the world. So let's continue. How the fuck does this basically come up? All right. No, those things that keeps happening because they exist in the UK struggle. Be grateful for struggling because you struggle means some groups less fortunate people you hate even more than yourself will also struggling farther than you can ever be. But anyways, to the new brew dog in Waterloo. Okay, cool. Which opened. Okay, yeah. 60 tabs in case anyone wants to hop a call quickly. Meeting rooms, the event podcast. Now back to the cost. 70% of pubs up and down the country will be forced to close because their energy bills have not just doubled, but in a lot of cases actually tripled. This is one reason why I keep telling you to prep. Because remember, I told you guys, the Tone said the other day, is the energy doubled or even tripled what he said. Combined with large percentage of the population not being able to afford anything except the absolute bare essentials. See? This is something I'm telling you is happening over here. It's worldwide. And coming just off the back of the pandemic has left most pubs facing what's been called doomsday scenario. Lost in blood orange because blood orange is my favorite fruit, although basically tasted like you were drinking the piss of someone who had drunk 2 cartons of blood orange juice. I'm sorry, but I don't want to drink a beer that tastes like someone's piss, sorry to say. But we're hot wings and chips. Nice ceramic pie dish. Yeah, okay. So they have a Zoom room. That's cool. Another great modern quirk, man has tapped into the idea that deep down we're all just children at heart who want nothing more than to forget about how stressful it is. They have loads of emails to respond to, not me. Constant bills to pay. Yeah, if Chloe basically keeps spending my money, I won't have any more money. It's quite funny to grow up in a country where throughout your adult life you're infantilized in every turn while also going emotionally weak because you can't handle real life problems. Yeah, see? You're emotionally weak because you can't handle real life problems. I mean, literally, like speaking on the phone or the abuse of a vulnerable minor is thinking about the cosmic great consternation as I rode down the giant BrewDog slide, which I quickly assuaged by getting a nice big ice cream from the BrewDog ice cream van. After sitting in the uncanny valley arms for quite a few hours, don't know any of this for. I decided it's going to be default ID. Socializing, yet to be fair, basically ran from the midst up to something. Yeah, there's a notice. Yeah, so we went bowling. So there's a bowling too. So basically, looks like 70% of bars and pubs in England's going to close due to the energy crisis. You see? And this is real news, not like politicians flop. This is the stuff that you, the people, need to know because what if your businesses go under? People can't handle the business. I mean, look at over here, for example, where I live. Okay, let's give an example for you preppers. Businesses start tumbling like dominoes. There's nothing left to prepare for. Plain and simple. Think of it. Think of the big companies. If the entire country can't support itself, because there's not enough workers or not enough people bringing in money, then people are, and there's higher inflation to the point where the country is going to collapse. The country, I mean, think of it this way. Let's talk about prepping for a minute. The serious crux of our channel. You turn around and you say, oh, yeah, Biden's going to save us or Trump's going to save us. No, he won't. The economy is going to crush us. Even if you have a president who's a Republican, look at Hoover. Hoover thought he can contain the depression. He couldn't. He crippled it more. And then FDR came in and fixed it. But think of it from my point of view. This country can go down the toilet rapidly if we have higher inflation. And if they can't control the inflation this year, I bet you between now and Christmas, they're going to raise the percentage points of the Federal Reserve Board again, or the Federal Reserve term is going to raise it again. Can't contain it, he's going to raise it again. He's going to raise it again and again and again, right before the election to cripple the people to vote Republican. And if that doesn't work and they're still stuck on protecting Roe versus Wade to cripple men and their guns, then you got a war coming probably. Not that I'm going to support a war, but you get what I'm saying. I mean, the country's going to go down the drain. If it goes down the drain, whose fault is it? Not mine. I warned you guys. Keep prepping. 2 is we're in a country like, what's his name? Said that one guy. Everything was better without Biden. Yeah, well, you know what? You can't blame Biden for everything, you know. That's the thing. His name was Swarton. It was much better before Biden, maybe, but think of what I'm saying here, right? Think of it. I mean, if my island's restaurants all went bankrupt, that would mean the tourists would come over here and be looking for food and don't get any. Then what if the restaurants, people can't afford the restaurant? What if people can't travel on the ferry and buy a ferry ticket to come over to this island? And all of a sudden, no tourists mean no business, which means no hotels, which means no business for the restaurants, which means no business for the kayak companies, no business for the real estate agents, no business for anything. Then what happens if the inflation keeps going up? The electric company, which is supposedly owned by the people, have to basically make a deal with the electric companies to pay in the dams in the Columbia, which powers our dams, right? Our electric goes up. Then what? We're just going to sit there and sing Kumbaya as your electric bill goes through the roof because you guys, you know, I mean, it's coming down the pipe. I mean, either they're going to cripple you or you're going to either have to pay electricity or buy groceries. That's why I keep telling you, prep while you can, because we're not out of the woods yet. And if the Democrats basically get control, there's going to be more trouble. I mean, think of it. I mean, literally, they are crippling this country. People aren't driving right now. People are sitting at home saying the price went down in gas because they're not. My father, oh, well, gas great. Can we get it down another $2, please? Yeah, even at $2, people won't pay it because there's not. The thing is, here's the true problems of the gas prices. Alexa, stop. The problem with the gas prices go along, right? You guys sit there and you say, oh, life is great. The gas prices are great. We're all happy about the gas prices. When people don't buy gas, they're not buying gas because they want to. They're not buying gas because they got to put it in on their table, the food, and then electricity. And in some cases, water, sewer, and garbage. But no one listens to me because, frankly, I'm an idiot. But think about it. You hear all these preppers, oh, you got to do this. We're going to have World War III. No, we're not. We're not going to have World War III. We're going to have is basically a food shortage followed by a pandemic that's massive proportion. That's not going to basically, I mean, look, the pharmaceutical companies made trillions off the world basically making vaccines for these people. Now that they got that, they're going to get vaccines every year saying you got to treat coronavirus yearly. That's it. In 100, 200 years, maybe another 100 years, there'll be another massive pandemic like it if our country survives that long. Meanwhile, what happens to the rest of the country? Think of it. You got food shortage coming if they do not get the trains running in time. You got food shortages. You're going to have product shortages from fishing rods to toilet paper because the trains aren't moving it and the trucks don't have enough chassis. You're going to see your local companies, your local farmers trying to do their best by getting their eggs, their milk, their cheese to the local hubs. Like we have Tillamook nearby and Dairy Gold. They'll just load it into the warehouse, and then from the warehouse, they'll ship it out to the other local areas, which means as long as you have a local dairy, which they will, we won't be struggling too much. But there's other places that might not have any dairy cows or chicken because feed in the mega drought. And so you got to look at the big picture here. Are you going to sit there and be like, oh, the government's going to take care of me, and also Uncle Sam can't take care of you, and the country collapses? Then what do you do for no money and no food? Think of it. The bottom line is the American people need to know what's going on, and these preppers out there aren't telling the truth. They're saying all is gravy. I mean, look, Danny likes my channel. Piper likes my channel. Higgins likes my channel. All these people like it. I'm not a left or right wing. I'm basically saying the facts. You can't blame the Democrats or the Republicans. You blame them both because they're fighting dirty and they're fighting with fire. Everyone wants to sit there and say, oh, we need the Republicans. It's a great country. Maybe. It might have been a great country for some, but the minorities and the women, they don't feel like they're safe anymore. So they're going to vote to make themselves safe. Even if they get rid of the men's security that protects them, they're going to vote. And they're going to make their voice heard one way or another. When the national thing... See, I bet you this is what's coming down the pipe. The women are going to vote in droves. They're going to basically put it so Roe versus Wade gets put on the federal books, and then the states can't do it. And when the states can't enforce their ban because the federal government got involved, they're going to turn around and be so angry that they're going to want a civil war because of states are going to fight amongst themselves saying the federal government passed this. It's not right. We need to keep our white population going because we're going to be the minority. Who cares what the minority? What I care for is what's right in the people's eyes. People's eyes want what they want. I'm just one person, but I see what's coming down the pipe. I have certain things I wish the government didn't screw us up on. For one, people sit there and say, do you have any recommendations for a portable TV in case the crap hits the fan? No. You know what? Tell you why. Because back in the day, people, I love all you, by the way. Back in the day, you could put you have a pocket, right? Let me show you. So you guys don't think and don't get any perverted ideas, okay? There's a pocket, right, like here, or pants pocket, like here, or here, up here. You could just pop in, literally a little color pocket TV by Casio, Citizen, whatever. You can carry a Watchman like this, that slides into a bag and into your backpack. And off you go with your little TV and your extra batteries. And you can walk down the street like this, watching it. It would be about, TV might be about this size. You can just watch it. Now, can't do it. Viper checking in on you over. You see, point is back in the day, you could walk down the street and use those little TVs like it's no problem. So basically, nowadays, some of these portable TVs, unless they make the technology better, they're still weaker. And that's why you need a higher powered antenna to make it work, plain and simple. And that is why I'm telling you, you know, back in the day, those little TVs were better than the current ones. But no, the government made you, mind you, the preppers. I'm talking to all you preppers out there on my channel that's watching. And I'm going to use the restroom real quick because this is very important. I want to tell you right now before I run to the bathroom. You, the preppers, you, the non-preppers, you, the people that's tuned into my channel, all of you. Truth hurts. Truth's this. I want you to wrap that around your noodle when I basically finish my sentence. And that is, portable TVs were better back then than they are now. The new ones, they don't come in hardly. So when they're charging and saying, oh, you have to be in a great area where you can receive it. Nowadays, you can't get it. Back in the day, you could just pull it out, pull the antenna up, anywhere in anyone's house, anywhere. I was in Everett. I was in Seattle. I was at bus stations, airports. My TV with me at all times. I remember my sister flying in from Alaska and going, hey, kiddo, Rita, what are you doing? Oh, sorry, I was watching TV. She'd look at mom and say, Mom, yes, kiddo. You're still using the old TV as a babysitter. That was me. I was glued to TV as a younger kid. I was the envy. I'd have a pocket TV. I'd have a second back TV in my backpack. I had another TV. I mean, I have little TVs everywhere. Wherever I went, my 2.2-inch TV, the 1.6-inch really sucked, by the way. The little one was like, I mean, that thing was tiny, man. I mean, I don't even know how someone can watch 1.6-inch TV if you had glasses and you're like, you know, oh, excuse me for 1 second. You guys will get to see this real quick, too. Then people tell me, what about a portable DVD player? Well, in a prepping situation, well, let me just tell you, portable DVD player could work if it had a TV tuner that worked. Find one a TV tuner, let me know. Bottom line, one of the tools for preppers that's really good is these. I have multiple scanners. These things come in handy better than you can think. This is one of the best news sources in the world. If there's a power outage, make sure to keep feeding it batteries, and it'll be good to you, people. You can also get deals on them on Amazon and eBay, too. I caught a couple coming on eBay. Now, I'm waiting for Higgins' full report on the Baofeng before I say yay or nay on it. That's his project. He bought them, so he gets to do it. But me, my project, I'll tell you soon, as long as I can get clearance from Zoe, nicknamed the Wifey. The Mrs. Rita's got to approve it because I don't know how many scanners she wants me to have around. See, she's watching me on the TV chuckling about now. So, anyways, I might have sent Chloe to the hardware store eventually again because, you know, I use rechargeable batteries and non-rechargeable. The not rechargeable batteries I'm using for something else. But thing is, when you get a nice stack of batteries, you know, these come in handy. Of course, the other day, Chloe bought like 2 boxes of batteries, right? For prepping, we keep some in the back stored away for 10 years. Someone says, you're the only one buying all these batteries. What do you do with them? Chloe says, prepping. Half goes to Rita's scanner. The other half goes into the bedroom. But it is getting expensive, she said. And the lady said, wow. Now scanners are two batteries. But my thing is I love listening to this. Usually the EMS never comes in that often. And the police channel does, but it's funny, So I get about 3 days on running it constantly. I'm still trying to find a plug for it. Higgins has not found me a plug for this yet, so bad Higgins. But anyways, you can see it's triple trunking analog scanner. We're an analog country still, so. So I got the squelch perfect, and then this one talks when it talks. There you go, see? And then I got to check on Viper real quick. Hey, you there? Over. Watch this, everyone. This is going to be really too kind of funny in a way. You see, I always hand the clothes kid gloves. Hey, Moppy. I have a service dog, by the way. His name's Moppy. Okay, let me show you what I'm going to do. You're breaking up. Over. You're breaking up. Over. 556. We're at district. Interesting. Must be the highway patrol today. So anyways, I got this here just in case. So, see, it's not working, so we don't know what's going on. So, anyway, so one of the things, I want to share with you all is, the point is I'm trying to make for you all, you lovelies out there is, when you prep, you got to look at the technology too. You don't just sit there and say, I'm going to buy, whatever. I mean, I have a license for GSRM, so I can use any GSRM device that has topo maps and stuff, but unless you really need a device like a phone type GPS device with everything on it, you don't need topo maps. Topo maps. Because unless you're really going to use topo maps, what's the point, right? Some people say, oh, well, I want to use topo maps or I want to use whatever. The thing is truth of the matter is under the technology, I mean, literally, and then a lot of people say, well, in case of a radio situation, like again, what if there's no power, so what do you do with the radio situation, right? Simple. First, you start out with FRS. If they don't work the range, you get your license for GMRS. And if GMRS doesn't work, then you figure out how to do a longer range. But the longer range means ham radio. And a ham radio, hold on. Breaker, Viper, come in. Even if you do, you'd have to buy it. Remember, I got my card with me until after 2:00. Let me know if they have it anyways. I can always send you out again. Over. So she's at the little store, and the volume and stuff that's really dropping out, so we have to increase it. So we're both looking at a base station radio that works. So second thing I want to tell you is the government wants you to be certified with the FCC for the radios, the GSRMs. So, you can use it. Now, if you're not registered and you don't have call sign, don't use GSRM. It's considered breaking the FCC rules, which there's a lot of people out there that don't care. Now, you're breaking up. Over.
RPG, they didn't get your full carry this week, so try again next week.
Great. We might have to send you on a long boat ride soon. Over. Okay, so basically, here's the deal. Okay, you guys sit there and you say, "Oh, long boat ride." Let me just finish my statement. So when it comes to radios and when it comes to technology, you got to make sure it works within your proximity and your area. So for example, if I took a radio that it had access to repeaters, I could probably repeat it all the way to 80 miles. So if I got access to the repeater. So if I bought a 50 watt, set it up in my office and then boosted the signal, which I know how to do, it would go all the way across the water to Chloe on the other side for groceries. But do we really want to boost the signal while she's using a 5 watt to boost out, which would go 5 miles? You know, which she would have to have something more high powered, which means she'd have to plug in a thing and a magnet and everything on the ferry and hope like hell she's not interfering with the ferry's thing. You see, when you're a ham operator, you must basically realize you can't cause interference to other radio equipment. It's against the law. So that is why sometimes radios like the Baofeng is $25. They say, oh, you can use it for all these frequencies, but it could also screw up your frequencies to the point that it isn't worth it, to have a Baofeng. So one of the things to look into is if you need long range communications, and if you get a Baofeng, it might go 10 miles for $25, which ain't bad, but you say, well, how can we boost the signal? Well, let me put it this way. Baofeng's 8 miles. You can go and buy a basic radio that's, what do you call it? Handheld radio. I think it's this place here. Let me look, right? You go department. You can go, it's called, you don't need antennas. You need transceivers and receivers. And you want handhelds, right? Handheld transceivers. You don't need a base station. You need a handheld. So, for example, Chloe gets her license, which she's working with me on. So you can go down here, right? We need to sort by price. Load high, right? There we go. I think it's this place you go. Otherwise, we can go to the other place, okay? So basically, you can buy one right here. This is a 5.5 watt. So as long as you know how to use the repeaters, you might be able to go 20 or 30 miles. But the higher up you go, this is 5 watt. This is 5 watt. This is 5 watt. Most of them are 8 watt. So you can't get any higher unless you're using one in the car. This is 7 watt. Now 2 meters, I believe you can use some 2 meter bands. If I remember correctly, 2 meter and 70 centimeter bands are, so basically 5 watt, and it goes higher and higher. So basically, like these are all 5 watt, 5 to 8 watt. So you can't get any higher. So basically, think about it. So the more you pay, the more you realize that you're getting 5 watts only. So handhelds are 5 watts. So even if you pay $650 for a waterproof one, you're only getting 5 watts. So the highest thing is you can get 5 watts for GSRM maximum, unless you go with something like a Baofeng that might be 8 watt, but you don't want to transmit because the Baofeng is a ham radio. So you see, the point is, unless you get a right radio and you get like a 50 watt that you can set up for your, say you buy one that's set for your car and you hook it all up with the right adapters, you'll have 50 watt, which means you can basically reach all the islands around you with Chloe on the other end if she's using the GSRM. The problem is with ham, you'd have to hit a repeater to repeater to repeater. So say an Anacortes' repeaters, you'd have to hit the repeater to get me. And every time she used the radio, they hit the repeater right. She would literally have to use her call sign while getting through to the repeaters, when she gets that set up, which this is a lesson you got to learn, is how to hit the repeaters. Once you know the repeaters, you can just pounce off it. They have ham repeaters and GSRM repeaters. Once you do that, you can utilize, like some radios can hit 8 repeaters. I don't know about the on that one radio I was talking about that's for prepping. I'm going to go look at that radio real quick because if I remember correctly, we didn't even discuss that one yet. Yeah. Is it in here? Okay. So I have a file for these. Yeah, here it is. $1 went up $1. In stocks 2 to 3 days. That's fine. $1 more. Okay, so the question is, does this hit repeaters? Yeah, this one says it has repeater. This one here for $150 has repeater channels, so you have to use the repeaters. So doesn't show what it is, so I don't know. Nope, this one doesn't have repeaters. So it has GMRS, but it doesn't have repeaters. Yeah, so it says here it's got NOAA, it's got everything but no repeaters. So there's the answer. So gotta wait to see what Zoe thinks and the rest of you guys for it. But the thing is, if you're gonna use a radio, you're gonna need to know if you want it for a 1 mile radius. If you have plenty of farmland around for your prepping needs, then you might want to go for something that works that's $20 or $30. But if you don't, you might spend $50, $60, $70 on a pair of radios, and I mean, it'll crap out at a mile if you're living on an island like me, and basically you got too many trees and obstruction. So thing is, you need to boost it. So if you get a regular booster, you might be able to do it. So, oh, yeah. Viper, you there?
I'm here.
Wanted to thank you for checking on the dip. Over.
Welcome.
I still think we need to get some more high-powered radios this month.
That'd be a good idea.
We'll talk about it after my appointment, I think. My appointment starts at 39 minutes over. Did you get the ace over? $20-minute breaker. It's about time you came back. About the time you do that, I'll have to restart my computer anyway and get ready. Do you want a night edition, or are you going off to party tonight, Zoe? Welcome back, duck. Rubber duck. Quack, quack. So apparently, Higgins, you've been got me on the boob tube, so I assume you've been following me when it comes to Higgins, right? Can you believe that? He's so determined to get a benefit that they told him he's not qualified for, that he's seeing a lawyer tomorrow and he can screw up his SSI claims. I mean, well, what do you think? You were paying attention to that, right? I was talking about prepping anyways, but still. And yes, everyone, this is Zoe, the wife. I have to get everything cleared from her. Ham radios, scanner radios. Is there anything I'm missing, wifey? Wifey? What I'm missing that I have to get? I have to get everything cleared with you, right? Did I tell you I found the best hot dogs in the world, Zoe? Oh my God, these hot dogs are great. I got some Wagyus I'm going to try tomorrow, but let me show you these hot dogs. These hot dogs are the bomb. Look at these. So I had 4 of these, right? And hot dog buns, actually. Let me show you these. Look at these. Double R Ranch beef franks. Where are they made from anyway? I think they're in Idaho, I think. Yeah, Idaho. Look at this. Beef franks. Look at these. Look at that. Isn't that look good? Nah, whatever. See, the wifey's admitting her faults. She zones me out. I zone a lot of people out too, unless I need something. But I'm going to have these for dinner tonight, I think. Look at these. There, I got some other ones, but I don't know how heavy the other ones are. These are 12.8 ounces. What are these ones? These ones are 1 pound, so yep, these ones. See, the thing is, I like beef franks, right? So last night I was telling Chloe, I said, these hot dogs are the bomb. Chloe says, I don't know, I don't like beef franks. Well, I'm not a big fan of pork and beef and beef, pork, and chicken franks. Those bun busters there, it says they're pork and beef, I think. Beef, pork, and chicken, right? Here, let's get this out of the way so I don't hurt myself. There we go. I mean, look at these. These things are like 6 of them, right? 6 of them. Which means if Chloe goes down to the store tomorrow to get 2 gallons of milk, she's going to have to get a load. These are called like bun busters. These don't look too bad. You know, I haven't seen an Angus dog in a long time. So, you know, but look at these. These are Hemplers. They're a Washington State brand out of Ferndale, which is here in the state. You know, they make some really good stuff. But as always, probably like, I'm not a big hot dog fan. Here in the Gold Coast, we are not fans of hot dogs. Well, if you're not a fan of hot dogs, may I suggest to the wifey, are you a fan of hot links? Hot links, throw those in a bun. You can eat those. Actually, you eat these on the plate. You don't eat them in a bun. The bun just, you know, at least these are gluten-free. What those other ones are. These are gluten-free, yeah. So my bun size and those hot links. I got like hot links, bun size things, and those other things. So I got plenty of hot dogs and stuff. Those things cost me an arm and a leg anyways. I'm sorry, but I have my own version of the traditional hot dog growing up, and that is. So he's like, uh-oh, do I really want to know what the wifey's thinking? Mm-mm. Traditional hot dog. Hot dog in bun. We call it up here the Rita dog. You see, the Rita dog includes. See, there's 2 types of dogs. Well, let's talk about the Aaron dog first for you preppers out there. The Aaron dog is a hot dog with mustard, ketchup, Tabasco, and jalapenos slices. The Rita dog, you're going to love the Rita dog. Everyone loves the Rita dog. Is a hot dog and a hot dog bun with Tostitos cheese sauce. The Rita dog. Get your Rita dog today. The Rita dog. She says, with cheese. Yeah, well, you know, you can also use grated shark cheese too, or extra sharp, just the shredded. But I prefer the liquid cheese too. So the other day I was browsing something. Chloe made a joke. She said to me, I said, wonder if someone's invented a hot dog made with Spam. Well, actually, there's a brand called Spam hot dogs. It's like pork and beef combined in the hot dogs, you know. And they use the name Spam for their hot dogs, you know. Me, I've not seen a poppy seed bun yet, but I do like regular buns, you know, as long as we get a hold of it. But last night I ate 4 hot dogs. Usually I eat 8, you know, but I ate 4. I was like, big hot dogs. I wolfed them down, and I was like, you know, usually there's 2 versions of the Rita dog. The Rita dog with cheese, which I like the jalapeno cheese or the queso cheese. And then you got the Rita dog plain. I had the plain last night to sample it. Tostitos, time to book a U-Haul and pack up the cat. Oh, yeah, exactly. Tostitos is good. Also, that Fritos cheese dip with the is this the jalapeno stuff? Or is this the regular stuff? I don't even remember. Let me see. This is the mild cheddar, which I don't really like the mild cheddar. Let's see. This is. Oh, yeah. So we still got 2 cans of this for hot. See, these are good. This is good for that too. If you get the jalapeno cheddar, you're doing good too. But I like the Tostitos myself. So, you know, I grew up with the 7-Eleven nacho cheese, that jalapeno nacho cheese on my hot dogs when I was growing up. Oh, talking about a story. Okay, Zoe loves stories. So the other day, this was years ago, right? This was in um 2000, like June of 2017 to uh February 2018. So like 8 months, right? That was my time frame for getting prepped for surgery. So I had to go down to Oregon every month, right? Sometimes I had to go down by train. Tedious, I'll tell you. This is my cousin Dinky at times. He's like, well, I don't have time to get you, so you're on your own, you know. So half the time I'd go down to Portland, right? And the thing is sometimes I'd have Chloe with me, right? We'd take the train. And here's the story, it's always like, oh, story time. We'd get into Spokane around like 12:45 one, right? And the train would be delayed. So we'd have to make it, on the way, we always had a phone. So we'd call and be like, we're going to be a little late, and the doctors always commented, we're coming from Washington. They knew that. They would like rotate things around and say, oh, we can get you in early, but we have to have this on standby for Rita. So I always had the standby, when I was traveling by train. But thing is, we get into Spokane in the middle of the night, right? Again, and then Chloe would be like, you want me to go over there? I'd be like, yeah. So she'd go through the shady neighborhood and come back with like a tray of hot dogs from 7-Eleven, the quarter pounders. And she'd lay her mind with cheese, and she'd do her thing. We'd have dinner. I remember my homeless guy, are you going to eat that? And I'm like, yeah, it's my dinner, man. And, after a while, a couple of the homeless guys I became friends with, I'd be like, well, yeah. Finally, Chloe realized, hey, guys, hey, what's up, Chloe, Rita, you having your usual? And I'm like, yeah, but we started giving a couple of them hot dogs to the homeless there. And they so whenever they're like, you coming back through tomorrow night? And I'm like, yeah, Chloe's going to go get hot dogs again. So we go and get hot dogs. But the funny thing is while we're waiting, right, sometimes Chloe would go to the cafe to eat or whatever, right? Or we didn't have much time. So Chloe would be like, I'm hungry. I'm like, don't worry about it. So we go into the train station. There's this like little restaurant, that's open. The Asian lady is like, hi, Rita, hi, Moppy. What can I get for you? I want the usual. Okay, hot dogs for you and a hamburger for Chloe. Okay, or we'd sit there and eat, at the station waiting. And then they'd get us into the little cart and zip us to the first class room, or wherever we're at. We always had first class, usually, or they get us to set up, and then we'd go on our way. So every time, that was the ritual, and so when I got done with surgery, I love telling this story. So I had surgery, right, everyone. And one day I got out of the hospital. I went to the hotel. And there was like food wrappers everywhere. Chloe brought this guy who wanted to have a sex change. He wanted to live with us. And he was going to live with us and change his sex and everything. But thing is, he was a pig. He did this and did that. So Chloe finally got all the trash all in one area and called the maid in to make the bed. And Chloe's like, I sleep in the bed that he jacked off in. So I was like, ugh. So I went and I had dinners out, with family and stuff. But the day we got into the train station, right, early morning, the cab driver was nice. He's like, let me get you in. He pushed me in and everything. He told Chloe to carry the bags. He wasn't the fucking valet. He literally let Chloe have it 8 ways from Sunday. So we got there and we're waiting. So we were taking the train up to Seattle. That was the first class. And then we had first class going from Seattle home. So this elderly gentleman, sit there and he says, oh, yeah, surgery. I'm like, yeah, I'm going home finally. He's like, where's home, hon? I said, oh, I live halfway between freaking Seattle and Spokane. I'm in the middle. He said, you get off in a freighter. I said, yeah. So he said, I hope you have a great time. So he gave each of us $100. And so we get $100, right? So, and Zoe's like, oh, I love stories like this. And for nice things. Well, Chloe wasn't going to part for her with her $100. I had to bring my $100 to get her coffee and tea and hamburgers and everything else. So when we got to the train station, we waited and we finally got her. Chloe was throwing a fit. She was not going to part with it. And I had to part with it. She was going to go to mental hospital. She should have went there. So anyway, she threw a fit. People, DCRs came out and everything else. Told her to calm down at the train station. Chloe's like, I'm not parting with my $100. And they know her well in Seattle. So they're like, oh, great. And I'm sitting there. I just had surgery on hauling me off. No. So we finally got there, right? Got there. And we got there, right? We got there. And so we got our dinner, right? So like it was like February 15th. I had to go back for a follow-up for a lower surgery and correction and everything, right? Make sure it's working. So I'm on the train by myself. And Chloe's pissed. And well, at least it's you. You got a cooter. I know. So I rode down, as I was going there, I had my sleeping car. So in the morning, they brought me breakfast and stuff, and, I'd have to pay the hospital paid for the sleeping car and everything, arrangements. My cousin couldn't see me for a week or 2 weeks. So it's like, oh, yeah, at least you got a sleeping car. Well, yeah. You get there, you see the doctor, you follow up with 2 or 3 other appointments, you leave. So as I was leaving Portland that night, everyone was pampering me there. Like, here's the dog's water, here's this. Everyone else was getting charged like crazy. People were getting mad because I was getting everything for Valentine's. They're like, oh, you're a regular. Here you go, hon. So finally I get into Spokane the Portland that night after my appointment. And I'm sitting there. And I'm like, oh, God, no money. And Chloe spent my money and I'm screwed. And thinking to myself, I'll get through this day, The gentleman that gave us the $100 Valentine's Day says, ma'am. I said, hey, how you doing, Artie? Oh, not bad, hon. You're still here again, huh? Yeah, another appointment. He says, I know. You were telling me this. Hey, can I buy you lunch? I said, okay. Grabs me like 8 hot dogs. He's like, here. So I wolf them down. We talk. They load me on the train. No one's in the train car. I'm sitting there relaxing, full food, Finally, we get into Wish Ram or Bingin' White Salmon, I think it was first, and then Wish Ram. Guy gets on. We're sitting there talking. You want to watch Casablanca with me? I'm okay. No one's in the car except me and him. Next thing you know, he's loading me up on drinks, just to be nice. It's Valentine's Day. So then, he's like watching it, and he bought me lunch and stuff, or dinner, another guy. Another guy gets in a Bingin' White Salmon or something, Wish Ram, one of those two, next station over. And from there, this guy's offering me snacks and desserts. And I was like, okay, Valentine's Day, why not? So we get into Pasco. And this one guy, he's like, oh, you're a bloody ugly woman, He's going on and cracking his beers and drinking and belching, being rude. Finally, conductor comes out and says, ma'am, how are you doing? I'm going, I could use a nap about now, sir. He's like, with all the booze you've inhaled, I hope you're not taking advantage of, sir. No, we had dinner, we had a great dinner. And I'm like, why isn't it you boys don't serve anything that's steak and lobster on this Valentine's Day? Oh, well, we don't have to. Yeah, I know. You get the club car, or we get the club car to Spokane. And then when I transfer to Seattle or whatever, I get on the train that has the dining car, but it ain't open till morning. So I get into Spokane, a little tipsy, and there's a little restaurant that serves Asian food. So the guy gets me Asian food. Train's late, so we had a snack. I get on the train and I go to sleep, right? But anyways, all the way down there and on the way back, the conductors know me so well. They're like, Rita, what's the rules in service dogs? So I tell them, and then they threw off like 8 biddies with freaking dogs claiming their service when they're, emotional support. It was funny as hell, Zoe. Literally funny as hell. And I'm sitting there going, but when I got home, Chloe's like, I bet you had a shitty time, no food. So when I told her, oh, Daryl, she says the old geezer, the one that gave us money, bought you lunch. Yep. And then the conductors made sure I had extra hoagie rolls and extra bagels with cream cheese. They loaded me up. They said, happy Valentine's Day, hon. A woman should be pampered. And I'm going. So I got into my doctors. They're like, you're happy? Oh, yeah. Full food. Told him the story. He's like, well, at least we don't have to give you a gift card to get you some lunch while you wait. I was like, cheap son of a bitch. I should have kept my mouth shut. But that was like one of the best train trips I've ever had in a long time, not to mention that Chloe screaming, yelling after I got done with surgery, yelling at the conductor to make up the bed. And he says after dinner, she wanted to. She's not here, so I can tell the story. Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Tostitos, yeah, holding out on me on the cheese front eye. Nacho cheese on Clement's Red Hot is my kryptonite. Are you broadcasting? That's what I was going to ask you. Remember, I'm at your disposal, wifey. So if you tell me to broadcast at, say, 3 o'clock my time or 4 o'clock when my appointment's done, I'll do it. I don't know what your schedule's like. I will probably take a short break, after my appointment and finish up what I'm supposed to be doing. I got to go and fix a few things. I'm doing my tobacco now because when I get into my appointment, she doesn't like me dipping.
Coming up.
You're coming in, you said? So, am I broadcasting? It's all up to you. Remember, I said the wifey gets to make the decisions. I also said I got to get everything cleared with you. Remember, I had said that right when he came back? Mm-hmm. Where's my stick cup? Over there. Okay. So, well, am I broadcasting later? You make the decision, Zoe, not me. Mm-hmm. I'm at your disposal, remember? Come on. And boy, she's going to take you out as soon as she gets in. I'd like to talk to Chloe about some stuff today, business aspects. One is the newest radios. 2 is the gift cards for this prepping stuff. 3 is to get the damn house clean, which she's working on. 4 is get her opinion on those nuts. 6 your time, so that's 4 my time. Okay, so what, are you leaving now? Holding out on me on the cheese front? I always hold out you on the cheese front, wifey. That's the point. I always hoard the cheese. You know this. I hoard the cheese. Oh yeah, so apparently women are going to vote against these people that are trying to ban books and gender changes and school curricular. Mm-hmm. I will be back at 6. Did you leave yet? Oh yeah, say Mike, how you doing? I was about to leave in about 19 minutes. How you doing, brother? Hey, I had a question. You didn't answer me on Skype, so I'm going to ask you right here verbally. Zoe wants to know. Zoe and I want to know if you want to do a weekend edition. Do you want Friday or do you want me to schedule Saturday or Sunday for another fun time about talking about ham radios and other happy thoughts? Mm-hmm. Need coffee and hot? Yeah, I know. It's 102, you said. I was just talking about that. I heard there's a hurricane coming up there. I don't know how far it is from where you're at, but apparently you're getting California's getting the tail end of a hurricane. So, yeah, I was going to ask you, would you like to join me Saturday or Sunday for another ham radio thing? Because that would seem really cool. I got some questions for you. Anyways. By the way, while you're here, I'm going to pick your brain from anyways. You're fast enough typer, I think. I read this book twice. I'm working on the third time. Some of this stuff doesn't make sense. Like, why do we need to know about electricity? I mean, literally, I found out the answers are in the back. Shouldn't I just study the answers in the back to pass the test? I mean, everything's right here anyways in these little blue pages of the test. Shouldn't I just study the answers to each question, A, B, C, and D, and go from there? And then take the main test? I mean, why would I need to know about electricity? Antennas even, the antennas is how to boost the signal, yes, but, the other question is that the manual doesn't say anything about how to connect to a repeater. Do you just is a repeater? It's like automatic, it just picks up the signal to a repeater and transfers it. I mean, I got a lot of questions for you. So, what do you think? I got an appointment in 17 minutes. I got to do video wise, not to Mike, anyways, to my therapist. These things are crappy, by the way, peeps. So, yeah, I asked you if you wanted to schedule an appointment at Skype, but I guess you never checked your Skype, did you, Mikey? Well, I charge this up too soon. So, any news? You tried checking on Annie? Yeah, Mike knows about my thing about Annie. Yep, says last seen 5 days ago. Mike, he has not been seen 5 days ago. So my question to you was, can we do another session? By the way, I added everything Zoe recommended Kimmy recommended last night, except for your wine thing. I don't think Amazon sells wine by the case. Well, Besides that, if I was gonna go get some real wine, Mikey, I would literally buy it in a box, white wine or red wine. I think Franzia makes a crystal clear, crisp white. I haven't drinking Franzia in like 4 years. Of course, my therapist hears me talking about wine. She'd give me the damn wag the finger. Bad Rita. Oh no! Annie stole the body of my therapist. Bad Rita. So, anyways, peeps, like I said, I'm gonna take a break, and get my therapist done, and then Annie, So, Mike, now that you're back, I only have like 15 minutes till my therapist appointment. So let me just ask you this question now. Can we schedule a Saturday or Sunday appointment? You choose the time, and we'll schedule several hours to discuss ham radios and other things on the list. That was fun. I think a lot of people like Mark and Zoe would like to see it again. All right. So which day do you want? Saturday or Sunday?
Here's something I found on the web. According to Globia.
Damn fucking piece of crap. I didn't ask for any questions. I said, what day, Saturday or Sunday? And, my Amazon Echo, which, by the way, you probably don't trust because the government, Mike, was talking to me. See, it's got a screen. My Google one actually got bricked. Yeah, and they owe me a new one and they won't pay. Saturday, okay. So what time Saturday so I can schedule it? You want morning, noon, or morning, afternoon, or evening? Zoe will probably join us, maybe, unless she's busy. She always wants to, Wish we could get Zoe on board, too, That'd be awesome, man. Saturday, okay. So Saturday, what time? Because that would be cool, man. That would be awesome. Afternoon, okay. So Saturday in the afternoon, let's see. Chloe goes to the food bank at 10:30. So do you want, say, 2 o'clock? 2 o'clock on 2 p.m. Oh, I was just thinking 2. All right, 2 p.m. that is. So 2 p.m. on Saturday, I will schedule you with the thing on Skype, and I'll send you the information for the StreamYard. So we'll jointly do it again. That was fun, man. I loved it. Maybe you can explain the repeaters, how you connect to them, and other questions like the why I'm studying ham radio and trying to learn when the book doesn't make sense, why we need to learn about electricity. And, those are questions I have. I also have been reading this book. This one has all the questions and answers already, so I'm thinking, isn't this the only one I should be reading anyways? It's got all the questions and answers. What year is this anyways? July, it's the 14th. Is there an updated version? I don't know. I answered that one right. Okay. Every 10 minutes. Okay, that's good. I thought that. Every 15 minutes. Oh, it's every 10 minutes. So you got to actually do your call sign every 10 minutes. I was always told 15 minutes, so I would have failed that question. So it's every 10 minutes again. Wow. This echo, I don't understand. 2 p.m. This echo, what? Oh, you don't understand? Okay, let me just explain it to you. Amazon Echo. Look, I'll show you, Mike. Alexa, Big Sky. Alexa, Big Sky.
Currently, it's 68 degrees with clear skies. You can expect clear skies throughout the day. Today's high will be 71 degrees at 4:59 p.m., and the low was 53. This evening, it should be clear, with an overnight low of 51 degrees.
Yeah, so basically the Amazon Echo is a device that literally tells me time, weather, anything I need. I can even ask it to set a timer, like watch this, Mike. Alexa, set a calendar date, appointment,
Sure. What day and time?
Saturday, 2 p.m.
And what's the name of the event?
StreamYard with Mike.
Okay, I've added that.
There he goes. Yeah, I saw that in the report today. I couldn't believe how hot it was going to be for you, man. I was like, oh my God, you're roasting down there. Here it's Mike, I get to brag. Current weather condition for Radio Rita, aka TV Rita, is 70 degrees and sunny. With a 5-mile-per-hour wind. Mike, it might be time to look into your backyard about putting in an indoor pool. Mike, boo. I know it's a boo. I love the weather here. That's the thing. As long as the window's open, box fan and ceiling fans are all going, it's cool in here. Oh, yeah. It's nice and cool in here, 9 minutes on my appointment, everyone. So I'll leave around five minutes to my appointment so I can get Zoom up. I got a Zoom appointment at 2. Got to give my card to Mike. Hey, Mike, want to see the baby? Here, baby. Hi, baby. Look at that. Look how small he is, Mike. Look at him. You fit right in the palm of my hands. No, don't jump. Your brother's out. He'd look for a meal. Oh, yeah. Look at that nose. Look at him. Isn't he cute? Best little guy in the world next to Moppy. Hi. Remember Aaron? He used to say, don't get a rabbit to make too much noise. This guy doesn't make enough noise. Hello, fat boy. How you doing? Hello, fat boy. So Chloe had to go get dish soap, so he's going to wash dishes. She's going to walk Moppy, and then I'm going to do my therapy appointment. I'm going to get done. She'll take the radio, see if it works at the park. Zoe asked me how come I was holding back the cheese sauce. I said, because it's for my hot dogs. Love those hot dogs, So, hot dogs are good, Right now, Chloe, as you know, is out. She's went to the hardware store. Oh, yeah. Love hot dogs, by the way. Hot dogs are a good meal, by the way. Got some hot dogs tonight to eat. Then I'll have hot dogs tomorrow, too. I don't know if I have hot dogs or hot links. Those hot dogs I like, but the price was just too much, Damn. Whatever happened to hot dogs being $2 a package, Mike? Just like warm matzo ball soup. Now it's $11 a package for a hot dogs, and they'll cut it down from 8 to 4. So to get 8 hot dogs, you have to pay $22, and then the 8 buns. They should give you 8 hot dogs for the price of $11 instead of 4. You see, it's called shrinkflation. So, for some of you out there, it's going to be an interesting day, By the way, Mike, I got a high-powered camera that I'm going to be using that's better quality than what's on the camera I'm using now. I just haven't hooked it up today. I'll show you, too. One of my hobbies. My camera. See? I got my lenses here too. Which one was the one I was using? It was this one, right? Nope, that's the other one. This one? One of these short squatties. This one. The wide lens. See? Great. About time. About time. I've had this for 2 years, man. It works really well. Zoe's helping me with this. This works really well. This I can set on there and I can use it. It's DSLR. So it's got interchangeable lenses. I like it. I just gotta make sure the battery. I put in a full battery and charge the other one up. So everyone, I got 5 minutes to go. Well, less than 5. I gotta get things prepped. So, give me another minute or two, and I'll leave. And I'll be back at 4 p.m. Pacific time, 6 p.m. Radio Zoe time. Oh, before Mike goes, I gotta share this with Mike. Mike, I'm sharing you these. Zoe would like you to hear these. Listen to this. This is pretty damn funny. This is pretty damn funny.
Welcome to Radio Zoe, the future of rock and roll.
I like this one.
This is Ducky at your local King's Market. Clean up on aisle Nancy the Boozer
Okay, T, I'm on my way
Pelosi
home.
and the fucking Trump dump.
Copy. Let me play it again.
This is Ducky at your local King's Market. Clean up on aisle Nancy the Boozer Pelosi and the fucking Trump dump.
Zoe can make me laugh every time on that one.
Good morning.
Nope, that's me. You don't want to hear that. You want to hear the other one, so.
This is Radio Zoe.
Nope, that was me doing something funny. This is what she said.
Good morning, Rita. It's just Ducky now live at Zoe Radio from the Gold Coast with the most. Hamming it up with Rita on Chicago Radio. Stay tuned for more exciting entertainment.
Love that. I love that voice of hers. That voice is cool, you know. However, some of you out there, I will be back in between at 4 o'clock for Zoe's appointment. So my computer will be restarted, memory clean, so I can do another long video. But I'm going to use this camera because I don't want to switch unless Zoe wants me to. Because the batteries last 2 hours, 17 minutes on a video. So then I have to change batteries out again and start part 3 or part 4. So, you know, there are a lot of preppers that are like, you know, the video's long. But you know what? It's fine because I had to pass time. So, 2 minutes to go from my appointment. So, oh, hold on. I can extend this, I guess. Okay, so. So, anyways, I'll give it another 2 minutes or so. You know, 2 to 3. So, I like the Trump dump thing that she says. That was pretty damn classic by itself, you know, but still, you know. But yeah, we'll do 2 o'clock on Saturday. That'd be great. I like afternoons, anyways. That gives the old man some naps, anyways, right? Maybe Higgins will join us on Saturday. I think Sunday he goes to his mom's, but Saturday, you know. What a hassle that's been for this week, you know. We can talk about the different subjects in the book and discuss the, you know, whatever, damn freaking bugs, you know, so. It works. So I'm going to run to the restroom real quick. Make sure I'm empty for my appointment. Make sure my coffee cup's filled. Get ready to roll. Alright, so still here, by the way. I'm not going to log off right away. Yeah, well, you should get a nap in then, Mike. That's the thing. I would. Hell, I've been up, 12 hours already? Tell you a story, though. Poppy called last night. Chloe had the phone. Funny story. Called me up after I was sleeping. I said, yeah, Chloe woke me up to get the phone to me. Was trying to sleep in, after he got off the phone. He went back to bed till 2. Didn't want to get up. I did not want to get up, man. All right, peeps. So I will be back in approximately 2 hours. In the meantime, behave yourself. Mike, go take a nap. We'll catch you in 2 hours or so, Mike. Maybe you'll have a decent dinner. Tell Nick I said hi, by the way. For the rest of you out there, it's time for me to give you my slogan. Please add and subscribe. Please post comments. Please leave feedback, suggestion at the like, subscribe button. So some fun for your family, including your dogs, cats, your bunnies, service dogs, your service bunnies. Hit the bell notification for new content every day. Hit the thumbs up button. Hit the like button. If you leave comments, leave the comments nice is all we ask. And when I come back, I will leave the preppers list up, and I will leave in the description the emails to contact us. This is the San Juan Island Prepper out.